today I want to talk about Julia, as you can see in the title. The reason why I'm doing this actually is, for one, I was like really bored with this game right now because I'm kind of burned out, and the second thing is the thing I've noticed. I think she has like a huge popularity spike right now. Especially yesterday, like people freaked out when John Ding announced that he dropped Eddie for Julia, so that's pretty crazy to me. And there's other people obviously like Rangchu and Mikio and whatever, so they all play Julia right now. I think she will get even more popular now, and I think in this game she's really strong. Like, I think the movement nerf actually like helped her a lot in some ways. Like forward 1 is just unbearable to deal with. Most people actually put her in like top 15 to top 10, I think, in tier lists. I haven't seen her in a lot of like top 5 lists. Probably sometimes they do, but I think it's just personal grudge or whatever against this character. I think she's really strong, but I can't see her on the same level as Akuma and Leroy and Fakumram and Geese. I think she's like slightly below that. And I think she's also below Safina, honestly. I don't think she's like on par with her, but that's just my personal opinion. I think she's really fucking strong, and if you want to learn her, you should learn her. This is a really good time to learn her. She's a really weird character. Like if you're already a Tekken player, the first thing you'll notice, or one of the first thing you'll notice, is that she lacks like those moves that most other characters share. Like they call it generics or normals. For example, down forward 1, down forward 4, down 4, up forward 4. Have I forgotten anything? I think it's like down forward 2, obviously. I mean, she has those moves, but they all share like a different purpose, so you can't really use them the way that you usually use them. So this might look really weird, and the reason why I've been playing this character for like 5 years now, I think, like 4 to 5 years, and when I first started Tekken Tag 2, she was one of the characters I would have never expected to ever like, honestly. She looked really unappealing to me, like, I've never been into a character like that, but I gave her it was actually an accident. I just gave her a chance when Michelle came out. I just wanted to try it out, because like there was like 4 DLC characters coming out, and I wanted to try them out, and then I kind of liked the way she played. Her moves, they were like really interesting to me. They were not like normal Tekken moves, so that's what actually made me pick up this character. And so basically this character, I think she has like really two important ranges where you should play her, and you have to use both of them probably. And the first one is probably around here. Let me reset the character. Like, oh my god, I'm too. Let me go 1P. This looks really weird. Okay, so I think the first range you really have to like be good at is like around here. This is where you can use all your like space moves and your long range moves, basically. Like this one. I'll talk about this move later. This is 4-2, but I won't cover this right now. But it's just so you can get a feel for these moves. Then forward 1, obviously. The notorious forward 1. Shotgun, aka down forward 1. Then you have like this shit here. This is 4-3-2, 4-3-4. Then you have obviously like this one, down for 2. This doesn't have the same range on the other moves, but almost. So if you play on this range and they whiff something, it pushes them forward just right, so you can whiff punish them with this. So it's actually not the same range, but it actually is, because they push a button and then you're in the range. So that's why this move also is like really important for me, but it's also important from close range, obviously, because it's your 50 frame punisher. And then the other range I want to talk about is like really close, probably like range 1.5 or something, like around here. The reason for that is I want I will talk about those moves specifically in a bit, but the first one, I mean, here you can use all your close range pokes, like down forward 1, down forward 3, up forward 1. This is a new addition to Tekken 7. It's really good as a content launcher. Then obviously your lows. These lows, they also hit from range. They won't hit from this range, but almost. So you can actually poke from here with them. This one has a huge range. This also works from here, but you also have to use them from close range. And from close range, you also can go into full crouch. And this, just going into full crouch alone, this opens up the opponent like a lot, because she has a really dangerous full crouch mix-up from here. You can just duck in their face, see what they're doing, and then just do either bow and arrow. This is your main low from this range, from full crouch. It's a natural combo low, 16 frames, and gives really strong Oki. It's launch punishable though. Or you can do like White Stand 3. This is a safe mid 14 frame homing. I'll talk about all these moves later, but I just want to give you an idea what this mix-up is about. This is really fucked up in my opinion. This is one of her strongest moves easily. And if you want to go really ballsy, you can go like White Standing 1 from here or up for 3. This is why this close range is really important. And forward 1 is so good in this because you're here in your comfort zone. They can't really harm you here. Then you press this button, you're in their face, basically. This is what this move makes so good, and this is also really hard to step in this game. So it's really good, and you have to practice this move a lot. But basically, I'll cover those moves later. So she doesn't even have like she has 2 stances. She has her first stance is 4-3. This is they call it Swift Step. Usually you just call it 4-3, you know, or like in between combos. You don't really have a term for that. First it crushes lows, and then it crushes highs. So at the beginning it's a really fast low crush actually, and then it's a high crush, and you can actually duck after that, so you can end in full crouch. You can some really cheesy shit with that, you know. 4-3, full crouch, boom. They have to react to that basically. You also have like moves from that stance. You have 4-3, this is your mid, counted launcher. I'll talk about it later again, but then you have the low 4-3-4, and you have, this is not technically not part of the stance because it's so fast. It's not really a stance, but it's a move on its own. But again, I'll talk about it later. And the other stance is this one. I think it's called clockwise evasive. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. This is called clockwise evasive spin in like usually in the terms, you know. But I personally just call it roll or wind roll. Wind roll it's called in the command list. You can do it like just 3+4, so you can manually do it, or you can up 3+4, and you have a bunch of moves of that. You have a mid, that's CES2. Then you have a low CS4. Then you have a high CS4-1, that's a counted launch. And you have CS3, that's this one. And you have CS 1+2. This is also a counted launch. Well, I'll talk about it later. I think this stance is a little bit more mix-up oriented than this one. I think this one is a little bit more counted based. Actually, they both have mix-up, obviously, but this one's a little bit easier to apply in my opinion, because of the moves they enter that. If you want to go this and then do mix-ups, they really have to respect you from here. You have to be here and they really have to expect you, obviously. You also have 4-3-1, but that's her regular White City 1 actually. This one. Okay, so let's just start with punishers. So her punishment is actually really interesting. I think her punishment is one of the reasons why she's like one of the hardest characters to play like at maximum efficiency. Her punishment at first it doesn't look anything special. She doesn't even have anything for 10 to 11. Or 10 to 11 is like really bad actually, one of the worst. For 12, 13, it's pretty decent, and then for 15, you have a really strong 15 frame launcher like this, down for 2-1. The thing is, in between, you have potentially, I say potentially because this is really hard, you have a 13 frame Punisher that's a forward move, so this one. And it's really, as a 13 frame, it's super hard to do obviously, but as a 13 frame Punisher, it's so crazy. Look at the damage. You can do this, and this is guaranteed. You get 44 damage for a 13 frame Punisher with good range, good hitbox, and you get guaranteed OK after that. This is one of the reasons. Then you have another Punisher at 12 frames. Like it's really hard at 12 frames, but you can do it. It's fucking hard, but you can practice it. Basically, forward 1-4. This is your 12 frame Punisher, your optimal 12 frame Punisher. I will not say you will do this in a real match because it's so hard. But if you really need a 12 frame wall split, you need this one. You don't have a 12 frame wall split Punisher, and you don't have a 13 frame wall split Punisher. So you almost have to use this if your opponent is back to the wall. It's hard, but you can do it. As 13 frame, it's doable. It's hard, but it's doable. Same with this one. This is doable as a 13 frame Punisher. It's really hard, but it's doable. So if you want to play this character at maximum efficiency, you have to learn these Punishers because they add so much value to them. And then for basically this one is a wall bounce. It's 14 frames, but if you want to really be realistic with it, you have to use it as a wall with Punisher or block Punisher at around 15, maybe 16 frames, where it becomes like more doable. Because it's a wall bounce and it does so much damage at the wall instead of like doing this, for example, as a wall split. Or even like further away from the wall. This only wall splits from close range. But this one wall bounces from like not half screen, but like it wall splits like from far away basically, or wall bounces. So that's what you also should like consider to use this basically. So the first thing is, okay, her white standing Punishers, there aren't really anything special, but I'll talk about them later. So for standing Punishers, you have 1-2. This is really generic. It's 17 damage, which is like really bad, honestly. It's like one of the weakest ones. It's not Asuka level, but it's not very good. It has decent range for a jab. It's not very good for a jab, but it's decent, you know. It's better than some other characters. It's +5. So at +5, like a bunch of shit becomes uninterruptible. Like down 3 becomes uninterruptible, and I think this is also unsteppable on it. I'm pretty sure. Then shotgun becomes uninterruptible, unsteppable. 4 becomes uninterruptible. You can counter launch with them. This one trades with jabs, but in your favor because they get a knockdown. So this is I think there's another 10 frame Punisher. This is 1-1. It does 2 points more damage, and this is a natural combo in this game. It wasn't that before. But I won't use this too much, honestly. It's 2 points, but you're +2. What are you gonna do with this? This is not. I don't think this is as good. I think I personally do always this. This is really much better in my opinion. Just for a 2 damage trade-off, you really wanna do this. If you do this and you do like a down 3 after that, this is 13 frames, so they can like do all kinds of shit. They can magic for you, they can jab interrupt you. They can hop kick you even here. They can't hop, if you do this into this, they cannot hop kick that. This is not hop kickable. It crushes too late, but if you do this into this, it's hop kickable. So I would not like, I personally use this much rather. You can also go from jabs into this, like as a punish. I personally don't use this at all from jab strings. I don't think it's worth it. If they really want to mash off the jabs, you can do like magic 4, up forward 1. It's not worth to do this, honestly. You can catch mashers with this. You can go a little bit more ballsy with this, obviously, if you want to do the health sweep from the stance, but it's launch punishable. So I would rather not do that, not in this position. You can also do obviously like this, but I'll explain the wind wall stuff later. It's just basic. I personally just use 1-2, take the frames, and then continue with whatever the fuck I want to do. So you can also like do obviously mad axes after this, but I'll talk about it later again. Okay, so for 11 frames you don't have really anything. You have 4, which has more range than her jabs actually, like slightly more range, but it's -3 on hit, and it does even less damage. So only if you really need it, use this as Punisher. This one is not a natural combo. Some people don't think this is a natural combo, I feel, but it's not. You can block this, and if you block this, is launch punishable. So if you really need it, use 4 and then fuck it, okay? So, oh yeah, 1-2. I'll talk about it later. Forget it. For 12 frames, we have a variety of punishers actually. You have like the first one. Your primary 12 frame punisher is this one. This is 2 back, 1+2. So, what makes this punisher so good is the range is actually way better than it looks like. It hits actually from here. This whole thing is guaranteed, so you have a really strong option after this. You do 32 damage, so that's not bad actually. They buff that damage, so it's. And the reason why this move is that you would be wondering why is her 2 jab 10 frames and 2 back 12 frames? Well, if you look closely, if you press 2, she just does a jab. But if you press 2 back, as soon as you press back, she extends her arm and uses her palm, and she slows down. So this is why this move is actually 12 frames. Okay, so I'll talk about this move a little bit. So this is your primary 12 frame punisher. If you connect like 2 back, you just mash 1+2. Basically that's it. They're -4, they're back turn. So you have a variety of options here. The first one is, this doesn't work on all characters, you have to lap this. If they hold back, you can do, you get this low basically. The bot didn't hold back, but it usually like, why is he not holding back? What the fuck? Why that's the practice mode, but dummy, fuck that. So basically this is one of your options if you want a, like, it's a relatively risky low, I know that. But you can do this. You can also do, if they hold down back and they read you low, you can do this. This is a launcher. But for some reason the bot isn't doing what he's supposed to do here. Why is he not turning back? Anyway, so you can use this. I'll talk about this move later, but you can use this as a launcher here. They also, like, if they really want to mash after this, you can't really do anything. If they mash, you can do a shotgun. This is what you can do. It will counter them and it reaches. So you can do that if they're really mashy. Otherwise, I would just tell you to, like, backdash, wait for them to do something, and then forward for 3, for example. Because some of the backturn options, like backturn down 1 and backturn down 4 and whatever, they have like really hard, really short recovery. So sometimes you get actually disblocked. So I personally just do forward for 3 here, just because I'm more comfortable with it, especially if I'm backdashing, because sometimes even that whiffs. So that's why I'm doing that. It's a really strong 12 frame punisher. I wouldn't use that if your back is at if the opponent has the back at the wall, because as you can see, it switches the positions. So if your opponent is at the wall and does something -12, don't use that move. Basically, you will give up so much advantage. I wouldn't do it. And for that reason, you have 4-4. This is your other 12 frame punisher. It has, I think, around the same range as 2 back. It has a little bit weirder hitbox and a little bit worse hitbox. I think the range is about the same. It's +5 on hit, but it doesn't switch sides, so you can do whatever the fuck you want to do here, basically. And it does 27 damage, which is decent. Let's be honest, for a 12 from Punisher, 27 damage is not bad. So if your opponent's at the wall, you do this basically. Okay. You can also use this move in the open. Like, it's safe. So, if you're unsure, basically, you can just do this. If you're unsure if that was even punishable, you can do this, and then you're still safe. So, this is another benefit of that move. Okay, so let's continue on. Let me just double check if I haven't forgotten anything. Oh yeah, before I forget about talking about that. Oh yeah, this one also wall splits, of course. If you hit the second one on counter, then it wall splits. As 12 from Punishers, you have also like two other options. The first one is, it's really hard, it's really hard to use this as a 12 from Punisher. But if you're good at it, 4-4-1-4. This is a natural combo, 28 damage. It gives this ballerina spin, which is minus 15 for the opponent. So you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. At the wall it wall splits, obviously. That's why you like optimally should use that. I'm not saying you will use this because it's really hard, but that's technically a punish. But I will talk about 4-4-1-4 later. And then for another 12 from Punisher, you have another one, which is kind of a niche Punisher, but it sometimes has to be done. It's down forward 1. Now this is a 12 frame, like a 12 frame move, and it has a lot of range. It punishes even shit like Brian's 3+4, for example. It has so much range where nothing else would hit basically. So it has niche uses as Punisher, but sometimes you just need it. It's 0 on hit, so it's not even like bad on hit. It's just 0. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do, and you don't want to let like Brian's get away with all that shit. You know, you can just do that, and it's really a luxury to have a Punisher like that. To be honest, like a lot of characters can't punish that at all. So you can be really lucky if you have something like that. Okay, so let me continue on with Punishers. With 13 frame you have two options basically. You have this one. This is the easy mode 13 frame Punisher. It's pretty good. It's a natural combo to his hoot string. It has a lot of range. It has way more range than it looks like. Look at this. I'm here. And it consistently punishes shit like Steve's Duck 2, for example. It has like a lot of range. It has more range than it looks like. It has more range than 2 back even. So if you need that, this unfortunately does not wall splat. If that wall splats, that would be crazy. It would actually be kind of silly if you ask me. It does wall break though, and it does balcony break, so that's at least something. So it's really good actually. It's not bad. And then your other 13 frame Punisher, which is technically a 13 frame Punisher again. It's very hard, but that's 4-4-3 into while running 2. Running 2-1, I mean. Like this. This does 44 damage for a 13 frame Punisher that has like absurd range. It has so much range actually. It doesn't look like that, but it has like a lot of range. And if you hit that, you get like even crazy Oki here. You have a really strong Oki position, but I'll talk about it later. It's basically, if you're really good at it, this is your 13 frame Punisher. Realistically, you will mostly use this as 14 or 15 frame. Even 14 frame is hard, not to be honest, but as 15, 16 it's doable. And if you really need it for pushback moves, you will use this. So, okay. For 14 frames, you don't really have anything. I guess technically you could use this. This is kind like again. This is a just frame. So if you're really good at this at the wall, you wanna do this, but good luck. I think this one is also. Oh, it's actually 13 frames. My bad. So this is actually a 13 frame Punisher. If they're at the wall and you don't want to give up the wall advantage, you can do this. This is a natural combo, 29 damage and +4 on hit. So you can actually, like, shotgun is uninterruptible. If they're mashing, you can shotgun, confirm the second one, boom, they wall splatted. You know? So this is, it's a kind of a niche use. I don't really use that, but oh yeah, Alchemist said it already. 13 frame, you can. It has like a really bad range actually, but you can wall splat with this, and you get get like this as a wall combo, but I will talk about it later. Basically, it's unsafe though. It's minus 14, I think, so you gotta be really careful with that. And it's a high, so and it's a really like high hitbox actually. So sometimes you can't even punish crouching moves with that. Yeah, I mean not crouching moves, but like low hitbox ending moves basically, even though they're technically standing. So for 15 frames, you have obviously your 15 frame launcher. It's one of the strongest launchers in the game in my opinion. 15 frame launcher. It's launch punishable on block. It's super risky, but it's a high wall spread. It does 20 damage, and you get like a really fucked up combo of that. Can get like really easy damage. Look, this is a really easy combo, and you get like so much damage of that. It's a luxury basically, and has like a lot of range. You can't even punish Brian's while standing 1 in mid range with that. It's actually a blessing. And then you have another extension from down for 2. If they're at the wall, you can do this. Down for 2, 3, 1 is the command, which is a really decent wall splat. And it is the same range, obviously, as down for 2-1. So, and also I want to mention this before that: if the opponent whiffs something and you're not entirely sure if you really can launch this, and you don't want the risk to get launched as well, you can do this instead. Down for 2, 3, 1. So it's very unlikely that your opponent will duck this in this situation, because they'll know they whiff just something, and they will expect you to use the down for 2-1, and that's a mid. So even though technically this is a mid-high and you can duck it, it's very unlikely they will duck that there. So you can actually, if you want to like a safer, in quotation, safer whiff punish, you can actually use this. Because this one does 32 damage, and you can also get a guaranteed hit after that. For example, 4-4-3, this is guaranteed. So it's really good actually. I sometimes use it as whiff punisher if I'm not really 100% confident that my down for 2-1 hits. Okay, you can also whiff punish or block punish with 15 frames here with 4-1. It actually does more damage than this one, down for 2-3, and it actually has like it actually wall splats further away. Look how they're flying. This is actually probably better as wall splat. It's minus 14 though, so you have to really be careful what you're gonna punish with this. But and it also has like decent range. Look at the range. It has like, it hits from 240. It's not hit confirmable though. This is, a lot of people thought this was hit confirmable when the character came out, but it really isn't. I think someone tested it. I think it's like a 8 frame hit confirm window or some shit, and it's like impossible basically. It's not possible. You're never gonna hit confirm this. You can kind of Twitch confirm this, but yeah, it's not really. Okay, for 16 frames, if you ever need one, you can actually punish with this one. This is down 1+2. It has really long range. Look at this, 27. I think it almost hits like from here. Not quite, but almost. This one, this is a 16 frame punisher, obviously. This is your punisher for shit like Paul's quarter circle forward 2, Heihachi's forward 2, Demo Man obviously, and so on. Like for pushback moves, for big pushback moves. This is your punish. It doesn't really do anything OK wise. You can run up and do like a mix up low mid or whatever, but it's not super special. You can also use hop kick for here, but this is like this is really unnecessary, honestly. I think using hop kick as with Punisher here is like it's not really needed anymore, not from standing. It's 16 frames. It does less damage than down for 2-1. It has less range than down for 2-1. It does less damage than down for 2-1. There's no real reason to use this anymore. It's outdated. I sometimes still use that because it's so deep in my muscle memory, but I shouldn't. So it's not really needed anymore. If you really need a 60 frame like Punisher, you can do this one basically. This will be needed quite a lot actually. It also punishes Asuka's back 3, for example. Has really long range. And then you don't really have anything anymore after that. You have this one. This one is 19 frames. It hits like if any move is unsafe basically, you can hit this one. If any move is like more than 19 frames, you can just do this one. Like Beer's 442 for example. This one just hits every time. You can just fuck them up for that. Even though it doesn't like super high damage, but it's at least something. Some characters don't get shit for that. And then for 21 frames, you can actually use this one. This is a normal launcher. It has also like really nice range, but it's very rarely used honestly as Punisher. This is backbone plus 2, but you won't really need it honestly. It's very rarely needed. Okay, so let's continue with while standing Punishers. So for 10 frames while standing, she has a down jab, regular down 1. It's nothing special. It just does 5 damage and plus 6. The plus frames are actually nice for Julia because plus 6 in full crouch for her means you cannot walk or sidestep her full crouch mix up anymore. This is unsteppable here. This is unsteppable and this obviously is unsteppable, and they cannot step this either, I think. Maybe they can actually step this there, but I'm not sure. But it does more for her than for other characters, I would say, but it's still nothing special, honestly. Sometimes you just have to need to use it, but yeah, it's just a regular down jab basically. So for for 11 frames you have while standing 4. Now this is like such a good while standing Punisher. It's so good. It is a knockdown. Like it's 11 frames. It's a knockdown while standing 4. It gives like crazy Oki. Look at this. They're right, they have to tag and you can do anything. You can do a low, you can do like this one, you can do like if they duck you can catch them with this, you can do this and then do this. You can also, what you also can do is, let me get something to drink, wait. What you also can do here is, if you hit them on their attack roll, you can actually do a full crouch mix up here. Because, look at this, if they're attacking, it actually like whiffs. So it's not even launch punishable. So they have to actually like, actually, they shouldn't actually be able to, should actually be able to hit by that, and only if you're holding back. Anyway, this is the basic concept. Obviously, it has really strong Oki. I'll talk about while standing 4 later, though. There's more to it than just a Punisher. It's minus 15 though, so you have to really be careful. You can just throw it out. It's really unsafe, and it's really unique for a while standing 4 to be that unsafe, honestly. Okay, so for 12 frames, you have basically a full crouch for 2. This is a wall splat, 12 frames fast. It does 25 damage. I personally don't use this in the open at all. I sometimes use it at the wall, obviously because of wall splats and balcony breaks and whatever. The problem is the Oki isn't really that special. They're falling back and they can, until you run up, they can just do anything they want. So it's not really that special. It does more damage than White Standing 4 though. But yeah, it's used at the wall. It's minus 14 though, so again, you can't really like check if that's unsafe or not with that, because you get fucked for that. Even if they're not prepared for it, the block stun is quite long, so you're gonna get fucked for it probably. For 13 frames, you don't really have to do it. For 14 frames, technically, I'll again say that technically, you can technically do 4-4-1-4 here. Technically. But yeah, again, this is like adjust frames, so the reason why this is not 12 frame from full crouch is because your character needs 1 frame to recover into standing, basically, even if you do forward. this becomes a 13 frame Punisher instead of the 12 frame Punisher for full crouch. So you can technically use that. Then for 14 frames, you don't really have to anything at all. You can, again, technically you can do 4-4-3 here as 14 frame Punisher for full crouch, but it's again so hard. So it's probably not gonna happen. And this is why I'm saying this character's punishment is actually quite difficult to use at maximum potential. So you're fine with just doing Watson 4 until 15, honestly. It doesn't really matter that much, honestly. I think Watson Punishers are a little bit overrated sometimes, so you're fine with doing just that. And then for 15, actually for Watson, yeah, you can possibly do for 14 frames Watson 3, obviously, but I personally don't like it. You can actually do a mix-up after that, but maybe you should start using that. I don't know. I think this is just so superior as a Punisher than Watson 3. You can just do anything. Your Oki's so strong. Okay, so for 15 frames you have White Standing 1, which is your pretty regular White Standing 1, White Standing launcher, I mean. It has like a really weird hitbox. Sometimes this has actually not bad range, and the lower hitbox is actually good. This actually hits grounded, if you didn't know. This hits grounded. But sometimes, like, some lows evade that on, like, stagger lows. Some stagger lows evade that, like Lost Dragon Tail. If you do this on Lost Dragon Tail, it will whiff. You have to either delay it or just do an entirely different White Standing Punisher, basically. It is okay, I guess. The thing I really don't like about this this White Standing Punisher is, first of all, damage is a little bit low. Like 15 damage is okay. Let's be honest, it's not bad. Some characters don't even have that. But the launch, it's like really low. Look at this. You can't do your regular bread and butter on this. You can do 4 like a magic 4 after that, but then you have to follow up with a elbow with a 4-4-1 basically. So it's alright. It gets its job done. I'm fine with that, honestly. I'm really fine with that. This is nothing I would complain about. And if you ever need it, you could, like, for 16 frames, you could do a hop kick up forward 4-3. It does 1 point more damage. It leads to better combos, obviously. So you can actually do this as 16 frame. I'll talk about the combos later, but basically this gets you a beta launch. So it's not bad. It's really not bad. So anything further from that, you don't have to do don't have anything basically. Like, this is your maximum White Standing Punisher here, 16 frames. Technically, you could do for 15 frames. You could do like 4-4-1+2 if you have a wall nearby. Again, it's very hard, so you probably won't use that. So yeah, this is basically a punishment. I would say a punishment is potentially like really fucking good. But the fact that, like, a lot of it is locked behind basically a execution barrier, it's not that like amazing if you aren't comfortable with doing that. And I'm still not at the level where I would ever use this as a 13 frame Punisher. That's what I'm saying. This is really hard. I won't ever use it as a 13 frame. I can punish like really obvious 3 strings with it, like a -14 3 strings, like lost back 1 to 2, I think it is. You could do this. This is doable basically. But generally, if there's like imagine like a Jack doing a down for 2, and you want to try to do this, even though it's -14, it's really fucking hard. And I'm not at that level yet. It's really hard. So otherwise, her punishment is pretty solid. Like, if you look at it, her Wild Standing Punisher isn't the best, but it gets its job done basically. I'm fine with that. So let's continue on. Let me just double check this. Yeah, okay, so covered this, so I'll just go over her most important moves in my opinion. The first move I want to talk about is down forward 1, this one. This is also called shotgun. This move is a long range mid poke, which is 12 frame by the way. It's 14 frame in neutral, because the way this move is being executed is you have to press down, then slide to down forward, like this, and then you have to hold the down forward for 2 frames. You see down there in my movement list, there's a down forward, and then the second down forward is only this one is then down forward 1. So this is why this move is usually 14 frame in neutrals. It's buffered 12 frames, but in neutral it's 14 frames. It's really fucking fantastic. The reason why it's so important to your game, it's first of all, obviously, like a long range mid, it's obviously good. This character is like really small. Julia is a really small character, and it's really surprising that like a lot of her moves have so much range. But that's a really good thing actually. She's a really good mid-range character because of that. So this one is so important for your neutral. This one is so important for your combos. You will need this in combos a lot, basically. I'm a little bit rusty, so I will fail this. But you have to practice the fuck out of this move. You really have to use this. This is really important. It also has a it's 0 on hit basically. It's -6 on block. So but the thing is, even though it's -6 on block, you have a follow-up. This one. This is down forward 1 2. This is -14 obviously. It's not a natural combo. It's a natural combo and counter hit. It's counted confirmable kind of. It has like some sparks I can show you. Like this, boom. It's really hard. You also have to look for their twitch if they're twitching. If they basically press the move before, you have to look, this was a counted confirm. It's hard, but you can do it. Some people are really good at this, like what's his name called? The Japanese Julia, I think it's Koki is his name. Kuki? Kouki. He's really good at this apparently. He counted confirms this a lot. So this is why you have to be really careful with like pressing after that. It wall splats too. So at the wall it's really dangerous. The second hit, I think it tracks to one side and really strong to that one side. Let me double check this. The first hit, it has some really slight tracking to her left, to her right I mean. This one tracks like very slightly to her right. It's not super consistent, but it's something to look out for. Her second hit, let me double check this. I'm not entirely sure about that actually. I know it tracks to one direction, but I have to double check this honestly. Let me find it. Where's this move? Oh yeah, so the second hit tracks to your left, but it had like really strong tracking. This one is really hard to step to the left, even if that's even possible. And it looks like it wouldn't, but it does. It has like really strong tracking to this. This one, the first hit also has like a really low hitbox, so you can actually hit some shit. They're low recovering. It doesn't hit Eddie's Relax, or it doesn't hit like AOP, but it hits quite low, so it helps you with that. Another option for that move is if you wanna, like, if you press down forward 1 and then 4, you can do this roll. You can also do it with 3, so you can roll into the other direction. Do the spin. And this spin is actually really fucking fantastic in my opinion. If your opponent blocks this basically, if you block this and you do the spin, you're -8. Let me show you this. If you block this, boom. They're actually not -2. There's actually like there's a lot more, but the frame data bot shows you that because of things. This is actually really bad on block. Like if you just do this, but you have follow-ups that make your opponent think twice about attacking you. For example, on block, if you do this into roll 1 or CES 1, what they call it. This is this high punch here. If they press a button into that, they get counted launch. Let me show you this. Boom. Counter launch. Get a full combo of that. The thing is, on block, you can interrupt this with 12 frame move, basically. 12 frame move, basically. Any 12 frame move will interrupt this. So you won't get as much value of that on block. With 13 frame, it trades. The thing is, in this game, trades rewards you for your counted launcher. So this is actually an indirect buff. If you do this and they trade with you, they get counted launched. So it's actually a really nice buff. Before that, they could down for 1, and you both would trade, and they have a bigger advantage than you. So it's not, it wasn't very dangerous. But now you can actually counted launch down for 1 attempt. So that's actually really scary. Then you have out of the stance, all the other stance options on block are, by the way, interruptible. On hit they're not interruptible, none of them, but on block they are. So your other stance options, basically, if, for example, if they just stand still, if they're not doing anything, you can go for the health sweep here. This is CS 4 1+2. This actually goes under even some mids. This goes under some mids. It's actually really nice. The problem with this move, it's launch punishable. It is launch punishable, so you really have to be careful with it. I personally don't use this move a lot, honestly. People will look out for that, and people will fuck you up for that. It's not reactable on, like, it's not reactable, but they're gonna fuck you up with that. Honestly, it's very risky. I'll tell you about this whole meta later, like how to use this role here. Basically, I'll just cover these moves right now. Then you have also from this move, you have the mid option. This is CS2. It's a safe mid. It's -9. On hit, it gives you a ballerina spin again. I think it's like +11 or some shit. Yeah, it's +11. So basically, it's a free mix-up on hit. It's not that useful, honestly. I think there's better mid options. It ward splats also, like from really close. It doesn't do anything on counter either. So it doesn't do enough for me to justify the -9, to be honest. Even if you wanna stop them from ducking like this, or stop them from ducking this. Then you have C as 1+2. This is this one. This is -9. It's a counted launch. It's kind of still kind of slow, but it's okay, I guess. I think it's +5 on hit and leaves them crouching. Let me double check. Yeah, it's +5 and leaves them crouching. Yeah. So it's kind of okay. I personally don't use that move much either. It also floor breaks, obviously, like as you can tell by the animation here. It's a floor break. You won't really use it as a floor break, honestly. There's a better option. I'll talk about it later. I think those moves there aren't very useful. So we also have down for 3. I mean row 3 1+2. This is this one. This is a natural combo. I personally don't use this move like at all. I think it's really gimmicky. First move is unsafe. I think -13 if I remember correctly. -17. Okay, so the first move is actually launch punishable, but I think the gap in between those is like like 13 frames or some shit. And this one is also -13, so you can actually, no matter what they do, you can interrupt this and fuck them up. I could actually show you how much frames you have to interrupt that. Let me double check it. I can't remember, but I think it was at least 12 if I remember correctly. You never really see this move, so it's not really an issue, to be honest, unless you like run into someone who's really into that move, I guess. Let me check. Okay, it's not interruptible. Interesting. Interesting. And it's not stoppable either. Interesting. Wow. Okay. It's also not armorable. Okay, so this is... I still won't use it, honestly. I don't think it's good. It's really gimmicky, honestly. So, it wall splats, and it's a more consistent wall splat than CS2. And it also like balcony breaks and wall breaks, obviously, but I'm not fond of this move. It has like really good tracking, actually. This move looks really linear, but it has like decent tracking, actually. But I personally still don't use it. I don't think it's very good. So what I do actually, if I do this into the roll, the first time I do this, like 90% of the time, if I don't know my opponent and I'll do this, I'll see how they react. I'll watch what they're doing right now. I'll observe it. If they duck, like a lot of people duck after this, obviously they're scared of the sweep and they really want to duck it. So what I would personally do is you do. Let me put this on crouch guard. You can actually like do a mid, obviously like this one. It doesn't give too much reward. You can do obviously like your launcher, but again it's kind of unsafe. So what I personally do is this one. Down forward 1. Now down forward 1, I gotta talk about down forward 1 now. So down forward 1, it doesn't really look any special if you look at it. It's 14 frames. It is +1 on hit, so that's like whatever, you know. On block it's -6. -5, okay. I thought that was -6. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So it's -5 on hit. So you're gonna think like, oh my god, this down forward 1 is shitty. Why would I use down forward 1 with this character? But it has like a really special property to it, and I'm gonna show you that. So if you hit this down forward 1 on a crouching opponent, it gives you +14 frames. And it's not fake +14, it's actual +14. So what you can do actually, there's a variety of things you can do basically. The first one, and it's new in Tekken 7, it's actually the easy variant. I'll show you that. So I hit this. And then what you can do in Tekken 7 is down forward 1, down forward 3, 1 plus 2. This is a true combo. This one is 13 frames, and this is +14. So you have like, you can do this, and then boom. You know what I mean? And this is a safe down forward 1. You get a mini combo for safe down forward 1, 45 frames. You can actually use this a lot to catch duckers. If they're like in your face and they duck, you can do this. Boom. And what you won't lose anything for doing that. You know, you're -5. Who gives? -5, you can still walk around and shit. You know? But this is what makes this move so special. It also floor breaks. And it also has like it has a more thicker hitbox than it looks like. It's really not as linear as it looks like. So this is what makes moves so good. There's other options. Let me take some water. Okay. So this was the easy variant. There's other variants that are also easy, but I would probably not advise you to do them. Like you can do down forward 1 and then 2 back. It doesn't work on on every character, but it works on some of them. If you really like want to get into that, I don't think that's very worth it to use that now. It used to be worth it in older games maybe, because down forward 3, 1 plus 2 didn't exist, and this is a no-brainer basically. It needs no execution. But it's not worth anymore, because down forward 1, the weird thing about down forward 1, it looks like they're leaving crouch, and they're actually going even lower than crouch. Look at this, but they're actually not. This is considered standing, and I think this is my thought about it. Why this is not a true crouching is because if they were like a true crouch position, and you would hit this, they're +40, they're -14, so you can loop like multiple down forward 1s in a row. I think this is the reason why they are not left in crouch. You know, I think they would just be stupid. Just do down forward 1, down forward 1, down forward 1 at the wall until they're gonna fuck up or whatever. So I think this is why it's not a true crouch position, because they go like really low. But yeah. I think this is really essential for your gameplay. It's really safe, it gives a lot of reward on crouching opponents. It doesn't really do anything on counted, I think. I don't think the frames change for that. Yeah, the frames don't change. And this has like a decent range. It's like, look at this, it's like, it's not super good, but it's like from range 2, so it's not bad. One of your most essential moves basically from using point blank. Okay, so let me check this shit for real quick. Oh yeah, you can also do harder variants of this follow-up. This is the most rewarding one in the open, and I can show you that real quick. I don't know if I will land it, but I'll try it. So you do down forward 1 and then do your forward forward 3. You have exactly you have 2 frames basically, because forward forward 3 is 13 frames and you're plus 14. So you can do like you have a time window of 2 frames. So it's hard, but it's not undoably hard. Look, this was a combo basically. You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. You just have to learn the recovery of this. See? This is not that easy. Not that hard, honestly. You have to really practice this, but if you look at the comparison, look how much damage that does. This does 57 into guaranteed, not guaranteed Oki obviously, but it leads to really strong Oki. I'll go into that later. And then you have this, like this one. It does 45 and it gives no Oki. So you lose 12 damage and you gain nothing. The problem is, obviously, you can't fuck up 4-4-3 here. It's really easy to fuck up actually. If you get nervous, if there's a tournament going on, you're in semifinals or whatever, and you go for this and you fuck it up, you're minus 14. 4-4-3 is minus 14. So it's kind of risky actually. Go for that. But I think if you're really good at it, the reward is totally worth it. And I would personally practice the shit out of it. When I picked up this character, I didn't really practice this, but I think it was a mistake, and now I'm fully confident with my ability to use that, honestly. And I think you should do that too. I think everyone, if I can do it, you can do it. My execution is not the best. I know this character is kind of execution demanding, but even if I can do it, you can do it, honestly. Okay, so your third option is at the wall. Is down forward 1, forward 1, 4, basically. This one wall splats. It only wall splats from point blank because of how the ballerina spins work, like this. But if they're like next to the wall, you want to use this. You have a 3-frame window to do this. This is 12 frames. Forward 1 is 12 frames. It shows 11 frames, but it's actually not, because forward 1 moves need 1 additional frame to execute them. So it's actually 12 frames, and so from 12 to 14 you have 12 frames, you have 13 frames, you have 14 frames. You have a 3 frame window to do that, you know? And this is really doable, honestly. So at the wall I would try to use this. This is really easy. It does 41. It's a 41 damage wall split for nothing, basically, for ducking, basically. You could also like forward 1 also leads to like really interesting combos, because the recovery of the opponent is so long. You can do like rear split combos and shit. This is really what you want to learn at the wall, because this one does not wall splat. It sucks, honestly. But I can see why. I would not. This would be really unbalanced in my opinion. If they made this wall splat, it would fuck up. Honestly, it would be such a shit show. I'm glad that it's not wall splatting. So you actually have to be like, you have to do the hard shit basically. This character, they made this character a little bit more like, what's it called? More accessible in this game. But not as much that the good things are not rewarding anymore, so I think that's kind of a good decision. Even though I personally dislike using that actually. I just like 4-4-3 here. It's just so good. It's fantastic, honestly. I think down forward 1 is one of the key tools of this character. Let me take some water first. I'm kind of dry here. Am I getting copyright strike for this music? I hope not. Nintendo's gonna fuck me up, honestly. I know they're like, if I uploaded this on YouTube, they're gonna fuck me up. I'm pretty sure. I gotta change. I think they're gonna really fuck me up here. Let me get some different. Fuck off. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to play actually. Let's just play this playlist. I think we can play this. It's not Nintendo. Okay. Sorry. So we talked about down forward 1. You can actually, what's also interesting about down forward 1, you can actually punish some things with this and punish them full crouch. Personally, I don't do it, but it's possible. You have to figure this out basically. I'm not too into that, honestly. I do the I do the more simple shit, you know. I'm not too like specialized on each character. But there are some moves that'll end in full crouch, and you can do that if you really want that. Okay, so the next move I'll talk about is forward forward 1. This move is really notorious. Like a lot, I know in this game especially a lot of people hate this move. This one, the infamous elbow. I think it's really like also same with shotgun with down forward 1. It's really essential, and you have to practice the shit out of that move. It's kind of weird to use that at the beginning. It's one of your main mid pokes basically. But the thing that's so good about this move, it's first of all it's 12 frames. It's a 12 frame elbow mid that goes sometimes under highs. It doesn't really do that consistently, but sometimes does that. It has a really thick hitbox. It doesn't really track on its own, but the thing what makes it so good, it's a forward forward 1 move. So you can, with a longer forward forward 1 like this, if you hold the second forward like longer and then press 1, you can actually like adjust the range of that move. You can adjust the tracking of that move. You can do any kinds of shit with that move. You can adjust the speed of that move if you want to do a slower one. If you want to do a faster one, you do this. So it's really fantastic. It's -2 on block. So what's gonna happen? It's -2 and it's a follow-up. So what are you gonna do with -2? You can move, you can press, you can do anything basically. I mean, sure, their Magic 4 will beat your buttons, but you know, you can still do anything you want basically. On hit it's +4, which is pretty good actually. But it doesn't. It's +4 is not that good actually. Again, your buttons will beat their buttons, but it's not like super heavy plus, so it's decent. They can move and shit, but you can also, if they move, you can just do another one. It's so fantastic. It also has a really low hitbox. It will deal with like really low hit stances, like Art of Phoenix, for example. Xiaoyu's downward +2 stance, for example. It will deal with a lot of Lucky Chloe stuff. You can option select with this a lot. It's really fucking fantastic, honestly. You will also use this in combos, obviously. This is one of your combo fillers, you know. This multiple elbow combos is not good, but sometimes when you do like this and then you this and then you want to go to the wall, so you do this like. See how much wall travel that was? So you really have to practice this move as well. It's really important. You have to get comfortable with yourself with this move. You have to do a long one, you have to do short ones. You have to do like mid-range ones, like usually from here. You're usually here with this character. They can do more faster ones, but you can also like do from here, you know, like from range 3 almost. If you do longer ones, look, see. And this move, it also has a follow-up. This one, this is a natural combo. This 2-hit string is a natural combo. This is also a Punisher of hers if you really want to get the most out of your Punishers. You will need this, basically. On its own in neutral, I personally wouldn't use that too much. I think the second hit kind of sucks, honestly. It's kind of scary to mash into this because it's a counter launch. If you see, look, this is a counter launch. The second hit. If they mash into it, they're like fucked. But I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. If they really want to mash there, yeah, then yes, do it. But if you just want to do it willy or whatever, yeah, I wouldn't use that. It's really risky. That you can just stuck it and then you're dead, basically. He's like super dead. You're just dead, you know. And it's really easy to whiff punish. Actually, it has like a really long whiff recovery. But the second hit also is one of your primary screw moves. The reason for that is because if you really want to go to the wall like this, I don't have a wall here, but if you want to do like this, then you can do like multiple forward ones. And at some point you can only follow up with this with forward 1-4. So there's no other screw move that you can use but forward 1-4. So you need to use that one. yeah, it's one of your main screw moves basically. Otherwise, I wouldn't use that too much. This forward fold 1 on its own is just so much better. It's just so good. It's really hard to deal with, honestly. You can just make by doing a longer dash. You can you can just make a track, you know. They have a really hard time to deal with this, and this will frustrate the fuck out of your opponent. If they have blacked 5 or 6 or got hit by a few of them, they're gonna be so pissed. And this is your chance to fuck them up, you know. You don't even have to do follow up here. You can just do sidestep with punish, boom. You can do forward 1, then sidestep with punish, boom. You can forward 1 if they respect it. You can do all kinds of lows. You can do this one, you can do this one, you can do this one. You can just backdash, wait for a whiff. You can do anything basically, and they're gonna be so pissed just because of that move. You see like the whole internet, they're all upset because of this move. In this game especially. Like if you look at the Steam community and shit, they are all so pissed because of this move. It's really fantastic, honestly. The thing about also this move is like a really nice slide punisher. Maybe I can show you that actually. Let me pick a slide character. Okay, let me get something to drink. Man, my throat is like really dry right now. I have to drink some more. Where's my water? Okay. Let me drink something real quick. Okay. Okay. So let's record this fucking character on slides. So I can show you how this looks like. This is one of your main slide punishers basically. Where's this fucking command? Right crouching here, slide kick. It's actually called slide kicks. Sorry. It was too late. See? This floats slides. This floats all kinds of those things. So this is not that easy, honestly. It's like it needs like some time to get used to, but it's so fucking good, honestly. It's such a fantastic move, and you'll see like a lot of people cry about that move. Basically, it's really good, fucking good. So okay, let's go back to Julia. Okay, so we talked about forward 1. It's really good. It's unparable, obviously, because it's an elbow. So only very few characters can deal with that, like Jin, Leroy, and Geese, obviously. Some other characters too, but that's basically like the majority of that. Okay, so the next move I'll talk about is let's talk about down 3. So down 3 is this low here, this one. It is 13 frames, which is like super fast for a standing non-down 4 low. It's super fast. It's only -1 on hit, so you can basically do anything. The only thing that can happen is your jabs will trade with their magic force, but who gives, you know? You can do almost anything, you know? Can even they have a down forward 1 which is 13 frames. You can even outmash them with a shotgun. It will trade. You know, and it's not even hard. So if you want to really be aggressive, you can actually do this, because your move is 12 frames. And their down forward 1 is 13 frames, so you can actually outmash them here almost. And also this move, let me double check this. I think this move distracts to your left. So it actually has a really thick hitbox. I'll show you that. It tracks to your left, and it even tracks some to your right. It has like a really nice hitbox, honestly. It's really fantastic. See, it tracks sides of left and sides of right. I can hardly step that, and I'm only +1. It's really hard to step. It tracks a little bit better to your left. You can sometimes, like when you're like a little bit more minus, you can sides of right it. So, but it's really hard to deal with, honestly. And this is why it's one of the moves that some people think you should sides of right this character. Um, I personally, I'm really torn apart. Basically, I think Julia is one of those characters you cannot step to one direction. You have to really choose what moves you want to step. You know, there's no one solution. You have to analyze what the Julia is doing and then step accordingly. You can't just pick one side and just stick with it. She has really strong options to both sides. What's also nice about down 3, first of all, it hits grounded on everyone but Fakumram, I think. I think Fakumram's, if he lies like face... If his head is away, this will whiff on him grounded. Which is kind of fucked up if you ask me. But it will hit on everyone else. It also is +4 on counter hit, and it puts the opponent on full crouch, and it also creates some space. Look how down 3 creates space. Boom. I'm like instantly more further away from them. It's so good. You can also like if you hit this, you can just do whatever you want, honestly. This is so good. Shotgun is uninterruptible. I think it's even unwalkable, I think. I'm not sure. +4, I think only Lily can actually step that. Like consistently. Otherwise, this is uninterruptible. What's also interesting about down 3 is that if you hit this on tip range, some Whitening Force whiff. I'll try if Julia's does whiff, but I'm not sure. Let me just see. Okay, we have to be further away, I think. But I think hers can whiff. Her Whitening Force is honestly really good, so it's could be unlikely that... Yeah, okay, so hers doesn't whiff, but some Whitening Force whiff. So it's actually sometimes not even that unsafe, and it's -12 only. So what you're gonna lose, you know? It's against Dragonov maybe, like he has a wall bounce to a frame Whitening Punisher, so that's kind of risky, but you will spam this move a lot in neutral, honestly. You will spam this from here, you will spam this from here, you will spam this from here. It's so fantastic, honestly. It's so good. One of your key lows, basically. It's fantastic. The other low I'm gonna talk about is Downback 4, which is a new low in Tekken 7. It's this one. It has a little bit more range than down 3. I'll show you. It has like from here. I think it has like 0.10 more range or some shit. It's really good. It also hits grounded. It's also -1 on hit. It's 15 frame fast, and it's also counted +4. So it's really similar to down 3 actually. The only difference on counted is that you're not left in crouch. You're left standing. It's a little bit better for your pressure, I guess. You can do like all kinds of shit here, but the problem is they can move in both directions. So it doesn't limit their options as much as down 3 on counted. But I think like some people really love that move. Some like Rangchu. You have to see Rangchu. He will abuse the shit out of this move. It's only 2 frames slower than down 3. And it's fucking fantastic, honestly. I really should use that move more. It's really good. It also tracks, let me double check this. I think it also tracks to your left. But let me check this. I haven't written that down actually. What the fuck? I haven't written that. Let me check. Wait. I have that somewhere. There's somewhere down back. Or let me check. Yeah, it also like it has very similar tracking to down 3. It also like tracks almost both sides. It's like really it tracks really fucking well. Let me check this. I'm pretty sure this tracks really well. We have to also mention that Juria's movement isn't that good. She is a small character, but her movement is like her backdash is not that good. Her side step is okay. It gets the job done most of the time, but it's not like super special. It's just okay. Look at this. It still clips me. I'm +1. He's +1. I mean, I'm -1, and it still clips me. I think it tracks more to your left, though. I think this is a little bit more sensible to this direction. But I still can't do it. You know? You see that? It's fantastic. Honestly, it's really good. If you hit this and they wanna down forward 1, check this. You can just do magic 4. They get countered and boom. It's that easy, you know? It's so freaking fantastic. Then another thing about this move is that it has a follow-up actually. It's even better. It just gets better and better with this character. Just gets better and better. The follow-up is really interesting to me. You will notice, like if you do this, you can delay this a lot. Look at this. Look how delayable this is. Holy shit. If they don't roll back after this, we can actually do this and then do this. It's actually guaranteed if they don't roll back. So let me. It's actually look how I put the opponent on wake up backwards. Then it's I think then. Oh shit! I played the whole time with the other Julia. Oops. You have to use this other one. I think you have to. Back quick roll. I think this is the one. What makes it work? Yeah, see, this is the back roll animation. If they don't back roll this, you get actually a guaranteed stomp. And if you hit this stomp on a guaranteed opponent, you get actually this. This is guaranteed. But anyway, let's go back to down back for one. This is actually really delayable. The second hit is only -10. It's only -10. Look how good that is. The thing also is that you can kind of hit confirm it. It doesn't give any sparks on counter, I think. Yeah, it doesn't give sparks on counter. But you can kind of visually confirm that your opponent presses by if they're just pressed and you hit this, you have time to confirm this basically if they're pressed. It's not easy, but you can do it. I've seen like ranked do it a lot, like this. You have and this balcony breaks and this wall breaks. It doesn't. Oh, it actually ward splats, I think too. Yeah, it ward splat. It should ward splat too. I'll check that later, basically. It's so fantastic. You can step the second hit though. I'm pretty sure you can step the second hit on the right. I think I've done this before. Let me double check this. Maybe only if they delay. Actually, I think they have to delay it. Wait. Like this, then you can step it. Pretty sure. I've done this. Maybe not. Oh, I think you have to block it and then step it. Yeah, but to the other direction. So it's steppable to the right. I'm pretty sure. Let me just check this. Yeah, see? So you can on player 2 side, if you block the front low, then you can sidestep right the mid option. And then she's fucked, obviously. You're gonna launch her. But it's still really fantastic, honestly. It won't happen a lot that they'll step it, honestly. They already docked that, they will punish you. And it's on and the first hit is only -12, by the way, so that's like really crazy in my opinion. It's super fantastic. Really great low. So the next move I want to talk about is her standing 4. Her standing 4 is quite interesting to me. I think it's really interesting because it's a counter launcher like this. Get a counter launcher. It doesn't really do anything on hit. It's -3. The thing about this move actually is one of the. It's kind of controversial, honestly. This is -12. Just force -12. This is really uncommon for Magic Force. I think hers is one of the only ones, if not the only one, that does that. You can actually punish this on block. You have, although you have like follow-ups. You have like this. You have this. And you have this. This is 4-4. This is 4-4-1. It's by the way a launcher 4-4-1. 4-4-4. This is a high. And 4-4 down 4. The thing is, if it will certainly won't happen. It won't happen a lot. Honestly, it will almost never happen that they'll ever punish you 4. I don't know, but people they just don't punish this. But if the rare occasion happens that they will punish this, you technically have these moves to make it hard to punish, or actually safe kind of in a way. I'll show you this. Because if they'll mash their punish there, and you do the follow-ups, they get launched actually. Let me check. Show you this actually. Wait. You have to... just use 1. Actually, we use 1, 1, and then we use 4. I can show you this. So, we try to punish this now. Okay, this is too fast. Wait, we need a... Okay, we cannot... Wait. See, that was a counter launch. I tried back 2 back, and they got counter launch for doing that. The launch is obviously -14, the highs are all duckable. The second hit is launch punishable, like 4-4 is launch punishable. It's not a natural combo, this thing. So you have to really be careful with that. But if it ever happens that your opponent is like super consistent with the 4 punishers, you can actually do this. It's really risky. -14 is actually like, -14 hurts in this game. Gotta be honest here, but if it really happens, then you can do it. 4 is also used in some of her combos, like a starter like this. Like 4 and then whatever. Like 4 and a shotgun or whatever. You can use this. It doesn't really track, it's really linear. It has a little bit more range than her jabs, but so if you really need a 11 frame punisher that has more range than her like 1, then you can use this. But otherwise, it's just if your opponent's really mashy, you're gonna use this. Boom. Fuck up. Look at the combo, dude. It's really easy. It gets like some time to use. It's not the easiest magic 4 combo, but it's certainly not the hardest one. You can follow up with like this 4 elbow, boom. You have a combo. You need to get good at it. This takes practice, obviously. You can do 4 shotgun. It's not as consistent in my experience. You have to delay the shotgun in really awkward ways, and in like mid range it won't work at all. Oh, it actually worked, holy shit. But I personally just use 4-1 here as a follow-up. Okay, when we're already talking about counter launchers, I'll talk about, let me check this shit. I will talk about up forward 1, which is... Up forward 1 is a 15 frame counter launcher. This is this one. This is a new move. This one used to be in older games. I think it was forward 1+2. It was like that was the command for it. It's up forward 1 now, and it was like really shitty back then. It was so awful. But in this game they gave it a purpose, and it's actually really crazy in my opinion. Like how good this move became. It is a 15 frame counter launcher. I'll show you the animation for a counter launch, like this, boom, the elbow connects. But it's a 15 frame counter launcher that tracks really hard to her left. It doesn't track to her right at all, so you gotta be careful with that. It gives some plus frames on hit, it's +4. They can break the stun though, I can show you. This is a nosebleed stun, and nosebleed stuns are getting broken by holding down. Now in this case, I would not advise you to break the stun at all. And the reason for that is, I'll show you that. Start recording, up forward 1. If I break the stun, it usually works. If I'm too slow, I think. No, this is when I'm back up. But you get like guaranteed shit. I think you get a guaranteed down 3 here. Let me double check this. So you don't really want to break the stun here. You want to keep, yeah, this is guaranteed. So you have to don't break the stun basically. It's really fucking fantastic. The thing also about this move, she goes like, if you can see that, she goes low like this. Look at this. It's not a true high crush, but look at. Did you see that? How low she gets? She goes like really low, and it goes over some highs. It goes like through all the big character jabs basically, I think. Even Fakurum's jabs. But the only drawback of this move basically is it has like awful whiff recovery. Look at this. Look how awful this recovery is. This is the drawback of this move, and this is why you have to be careful for this. We're using this basically. It's really like on whiff, it's like just garbage, honestly. And I think on block, I think it's -8 on block if I remember correctly. Yeah, -8. It's -8 on block. Yeah, I'm remember correctly. Okay, so on block it's not even bad. You obviously can't do a lot in -8. The problem also with Julia is, she lacks like evasive stances. She lacks parries. She lacks like reversals, all kinds of shit. So -8 actually means -8 for her. So she can't really do anything here. She can't really mash out here. Most of the cases you have to hold back. So this is also not that good, but -8. You know what are you gonna do? You're gonna eat a low maybe. So whatever. Just take it. You know the reward for this shit is so good. Look, just look how good this combo is. Let me show you this combo. I won't do the hard combos today, I think, because I'm really rusty. I haven't been playing for a while. Like this. Look. It's really solid. For 64 damage for a countered launch. That's safe. That's 15 frames. You know, it's fantastic. It tracks to her left like completely. So it's fantastic, honestly. Let me double check this real quick. I think this is also one of the moves that make people really not want to side-ride her because it tracks that way. Before Tekken 7, I think a lot of people thought side-ride is the correct way to step her. In this game, a lot of people say side-up left. I'm really mixed about this. Again, there's no clear way to step this character. You really have to pick one. You can't really pick one side. You have to really be careful what the opponent is doing and then step accordingly. It's the only way to beat this. Okay, so the next move I want to talk about is... and she has so many fucking good moves. It's gonna take like ages, honestly. The next move I will talk about is... Double check this. Next move is one of her main homing moves, actually. This one, back 4. Now, this move is... the problem with this move... You're gonna use this mostly from close range. If they like really like to sidewalk here. Wait a second. My hitbox is kind of messing up right now. What the fuck is this? Something is pressing on my... I don't know what causes this right now. I'm confused. Something is wrong with my hitbox. The fuck? What is this? Is my hitbox broken? Whatever, I'll continue, fuck that. I think my hitbox is kinda fucked up. What the fuck is this, man? Let me unplug this real quick. This is really weird, actually. What the fuck is this? Why is it spazzing out like that? This is weird. My hitbox is kind of fucking up right now. I don't know what causes this, honestly. I'll unplug this and plug it in again. It's kind of weird, honestly. I hope this works. Start the game. I don't think that's the game. Look at this, I'm not doing anything. I'll unbind this button. I think this could work, actually. I'll just unbind this button. Let me just... Oh fuck, yeah, this is my button. Look at this, it's spazzing out here. To unbind this, actually. How do I do this? Okay, so it's not pressing that anymore. Okay, we can just continue here. I hope. Anyway, back force, one of your primary start the game. Okay, I'll start the game. This fucking sucks. Man, I really wanted to make this like as smooth as possible. I'll upload this on YouTube probably, yes. I don't know when though, maybe like this week probably. Anyway, I'm not paying too much attention to the chat right now, so I won't get distracted, but yes, I'll upload it, and yeah. Hope this works, man. Oh man. Let's check this. I hope this works, man. This is gonna be really fucked up, honestly. If my hitbox is broken, I probably have to bind this now. Oh yeah, it's still happening. It's my hitbox. Oh no. Oh no. Whoops. Anyway, I'll fix it when I have time. Not right now. Okay, so I was talking about back 4. Let's do this stage, so we don't see the same every time. Okay, so back 4 is technically it's a really good move. The problem with this move is just the high, and it's okay. The speed is okay. It's 18 frames, but you mostly use it like close range. And if Julia's close range, a lot of people will sidestep duck that. A lot of people will option select duck that. So it's kind of a crutch to use. It's technically a really good move. It's +1 on block. It's a homing. It's a natural launch on normal hit. Like look at this. You can pick up with this. This is a micro dash and then down for +4. Boom. Combo. Yeah. It's technically a really fucking good move, but you will use it here in close range and people will sidestep duck that. They will just do it. So it makes this move a little bit harder to use. It will hit obviously like walking, like side walking. It will fuck side walking up. You get a full combo. So it's actually a really good move. If they block it, you can do basically like if you block it. If they block it and they want to mash, you can just do 1-1 and then fuck them up basically. I'll talk about 1-1 in a bit. Actually, let's just talk about 1-1 right now. So 1-1 is a natural combo on normal hit. It's 19 damage. It's one of your possible 10 frame punishers. Second hit is a mid, so it's kind of good. Just throw it out, you know, because they can't really duck launch you for that. It's only -2 on hit. It's -9 on block. The good thing about this move is that it has a follow up, and it's a really good one in this game. And that follow up is 1-1-1. This 3-string is really good. You can see it's -14. But the whole thing is a counted launcher, counted combo. I mean, 40 damage and a wall splat. This is really fantastic in my opinion. You can't really counted confirm it in a way that you can like see sparks or can see a different animation. Like I know your opponent is crouched after the second hit, but if you want to confirm it to that point already, it's already too late. If you see them duck, you wait for them to duck. Cannot confirm the last hit. You have to confirm, like, can't really confirm it, but you can see as soon as you press 1-1, if your opponent pressed something before that, you can see if they press something, you know. Makes things a little bit harder if they like try to grab you and you thought they would do an attack, because you can't counted throws unless it's 1 frame before the throw hits you. So most of the time throws makes it a little bit harder to confirm. So what you do is, let me just show you what I mean by that. action. We do one jab and they do a down back 4, for example. So they block. I press 1-1. I saw them doing down back 4. I saw the startup animation and I just threw it out. Third hit, you know. So that's actually really good. I think this is really fantastic. I think it's really essential. There's another follow-up for 1-1. I think it's really bad actually. I've used it, but I use it way too often, honestly. I don't think it's very good. This is 1-1-2, and I think this move sucks. Honestly, I don't think this is very good. It's safe. It's a countered launcher, the last hit, but I don't think it's very good. Honestly, the problem with this move is the last hit is really slow, so you won't really catch anyone mashing there unless they're like delay buttoning. They can stab this shit to both sides. Even if they don't, you won't get anything. You get a normal hit, like a counter, normal hit knockdown. That's it. And if they block it, you're -9. So it doesn't do anything for me, honestly. I should not use that. I use it and I should not. And there's no real use to use this move. Use 1-1 or use 1-1-1 basically. These are your two options. So 1-1, if they press something, do 1-1-1. If they didn't, stay 1-1. Sometimes, maybe occasionally, press 1-1-1 if you think they mash after the last hit, but it's -14 and -14 hurts. So really be careful with that. 1-1 is your preferred 10 frame Punisher just because of the frames and the position. 1-1 has 1-2 has extensions. It has 1-1-1, which is -13, and 1-1-1-1 it is -14. It's a low. I can show you that. Guard all. So this is -14, and the mid is -13. The thing about this move is that the third to fourth hit is a counter hit launch, and it counter launcher, but a NCC basically. The two last hits are an NCC, so you can actually like. It's a little bit gimmicky, to be honest. I think this move is not that good, honestly. Like 1-1-1, you can very occasionally do that. You basically risk a lot for this, actually. -13 it hurts. -13 hurts. Can do 1-1-1-1 just if they don't respect the 1-1-1-1. Then you get like guaranteed shit at the end. I can show you what you can get actually. Like this, you can do forward 4-3 here. You can do up forward 3+4, for example. This is but the only thing. You can get a follow-up after that. You can do this into 4-4-2. That's basically it. But I think you risk a lot here. And again, like -13 and -14, it really hurts. And you're just playing with these moves for like they're kind of risky, and you're like, I think you lose too much for using them too much. Sometimes yes, you can throw them all up a little bit. Like if they block, if you just do 1-1 and they block it, you can do the 1, you know. So it's kind of okay sometimes, but it can't really hurt actually. And then if you can also do 1-2 into this roll again. We saw this from shotgun down for 1. I personally don't use this move at all, like going into roll. I think unblock it's a piece of shit, just because it's not really a bug, but it's sometimes some moves in this game have that like property that if they're high and you try to do a down forward, a down, or a down back move, it will give you a full crouch move of that move. So yeah, I'll talk about 1+4 later, thank you. So you can actually like option select this in a way. First of all, this one on block into this does not have the usual 13 frame gap, it has a 14 frame gap, that's the first one. But it doesn't really matter since, and I'll show you this very quick. It's really weird actually, but so I can show you this. So you do this, and then do you this. And then I do down 3 now. Look at this. I get a down 3, punish. Boom. I do a down forward 3, punish. Punish. And if they don't do that, like you will interrupt with this every other move basically, because you press a down forward 3 move. it's just an example. You can also do this with down forward 1s and down forward 4s. But I can show you this if they like don't do it. And I press down, like I can do this basically. And I'll lose I won't lose anything, you know. I can just do this. So basically, if they do the high, they want to counter you with the high basically. But they can't really do that basically because you press the down forward move or down back move or down move, and you will evade that high and you punish that actually. So it's not even worth using, honestly. I think this one just sucks. I think this one jab after rolls just sucks. On hit they can't do that obviously, but I don't think it's worth it. You give like a lot of frames. You give up a lot of frames for doing that basically. Then you can do like a really risky mix-up, but I don't think that's worth it honestly. I personally won't use this at all. I think it sucks. But you can obviously do some really cheeky shit with that. So, okay, let me check this real quick. We covered 1-1, we covered 1-2, which is really important. Okay, now we talk about... This is a really interesting move in my opinion. This is one of the moves that made me pick up this character. It has like really interesting properties, I'll show you that. And this move is 4, slide 2, and then 1. 4 to 1. Oh, I don't have my button bind anymore because my hitbox broke. So I have to do this manually. Okay, so I have to do this and this. This is 4 to 1, it's called wall jumps. It's a low followed by a high. I think the frame difference of the low and the high is like 2 frames, I think. So they're almost like coming out identically. Yeah, it's 2 frames, says it. So this move, it doesn't really look anything special. Like at first you use that, you see, oh, it's a high and a low at the same time. Cool. You have like a really hard time to crush this actually. Some hop kicks still crush that, which is absolutely BS in my opinion. Like I've seen Josie's hop kick launches that, like basically Claudio's, Katarina's, some of the new hop kicks, they fuck this move up. Like they can crush that shit, even though it's a high. And the low at the same time, they get just through it like butter. So, but still, it has like really good range, if you can see, like here. It does like okay damage, it's 12 damage, it's not too much. It hits grounded like consistently. It's -4 on hit, which is nothing special honestly. It's +1 on counter hit. Again, nothing special. This move, although, is not like it is not a natural combo. They're not on block. It is not a natural combo. This is the first thing you'll notice. So why would you use that? You're -16, right? Why would you use that? The first thing about this move is that it is countered combo, countered like natural combo countered. Sorry. So and you can actually hit confirm this on countered. It's not easy, but you can do it. Like you can see like green sparks everywhere. They're like everywhere, you know. Yeah, this is because my hitbox just broke. My hitbox broke, man. I'm really sad actually. I'm fucking up. Boom. So you can see that, and you can hit confirmed it. And this wall splats, balcony breaks, wall splats, like from quite far away actually. It does decent damage, the Oki is not bad, you can do like dash up and do like another low here, like right there. But the thing that this move makes it so unique is his properties for his low. So there's a range, like you can see her punch is a little bit shorter than her leg, right? You can see that, it's a little bit shorter. And this range where the punch whiffs and the leg like hits, like here, like not almost here, but like around here, then it's a natural combo. This is like a health sweep basically. It's a 16 frames fast, or 15. It's a 15 frame health sweep basically. It also wall splats unlike other health sweeps. It balcony breaks, it wall breaks, it splats, it does everything basically. So this move is really important for this range here. I told you about the 2 ranges of Julia earlier. So this is for the far range. This one, if you're consistently here, you're basically walking 50-50. The problem is making this move work on an opponent that can actually like really has like really good movement and shit. It's really hard to hit actually, and you risk a lot for doing that basically. The first hit is -12, so you can kind of throw it out mid, like, as you will. So let me show you, it's -12. So you won't lose anything for doing the first hit. What the fuck is this? Oh, I know what it just was. I got hit by the guard all. So you won't lose anything, it's -12, so who gives a fuck, you know? It also hits grounded, so that's really nice. But this move, I think it's really essential, like hitting from here, hitting the natural range here. It's being used mostly as Oki. Like let me show you, like this, boom, backdash, you're in the range. You know what I mean? This is one of the main purposes of this move, for as a really strong Oki mix-up tool. The second purpose of this move is at the wall. It's really strong at the wall because it wall splats, and they can't really move around at the wall. So you can actually do like, let me show you a wall stage here. It's really kind of silly that I picked an infinite stage, but whatever. Okay, so this move, this wall splats, and I'll show you. And I'll also show you how to mix this up actually. I'll show this, the wall section, I'll show it later actually. I won't show it right now. I'll show the wall section later. But I'll give you a basic idea how this move. So they're at the wall, they cannot move anywhere. They can step a little bit, but not enough to invade this most of the time. So you can do this. Wait. Boom, wall splat. See what I mean? This is a true wall splat. It's a 15 frame low wall splat. It's really good. I think it's super essential, this move. It's also like if they want to press at the wall and you're just about to hit the range and they press, boom, counter hit, boom. See what I mean? Okay, so we are talking about war drums right now. Okay, so I'll show you. There's the most common setups for this thing, like in the open. If it's not Oki, you will usually see people do this, Oh, I don't have my button, man. This really fucks me up. Like this is one of the most common setups you find out there. It's because the ballerina spin is -15 for your opponent. Low is -50, +50, also it's 15 frames. And you have to do a small micro dash, but they can't really do anything about it. You have to guess basically. I personally don't use it too much because it's kind of unreliable. It's sometimes hard to like see if you need the micro dash or not, and if you fucked it up and they block it, you're dead. This move is launch punishable. You have to be careful with it. A little bit easier it's with white standing 3 on hit. With this one, because it only works on close range. Like if you're here, then boom. This is much easier to hit. If you're far away, then you have to micro dash again, and I think it's way easier to see. But again, I think it's really risky. They will look out for it, so I would not use this too much. I would play a little bit more safe here. But it's good to know, basically. It also works from here. I talked about this move earlier. It's a 12 frame punisher. If they hold back, on some characters, not on all, it works actually. But you have to lap this. There's a list, I think, in a Jura Discord where you can find on every character that works. And this move, war jumps, I'll talk about it like throughout the whole guide basically. There's so many scenarios where you will need that move actually. Create a scary 50-50. Okay, so now I will show you how to mix this move up actually. And there's various ways, like for you. So restart position. Okay, so if you're at that range, like around here, 2.3, 2.4, around that range, where you get this as natural combo, you can also use as a normal hit launcher, you can use back 1+2. Now back 1+2, it doesn't look anything special. It has like pretty good range, like it hits from here. It's 21 frames, so it's kind of slow. It's minus 13, so it's not even that safe technically, but at that range it becomes quite hard to block punish actually. Let me show you this. Okay, so speed action. Okay, so start to record it, we walk a little bit back, and then we do back 1+2, and then we walk back. Right? See my 12 frame finisher, which has pretty good range whiffs here. This also whiffs, so this move is almost basically safe at tip range. It's very hard to to block punish, and it does a shitload of damage on normal hit. Look at the combo, dude. It does so much. Okay, I did the wrong combo, but basically you get the drill. That was a shitty combo, and I did 79. So this is the primary way to mix this up from this range. Because how safe this is also why I do like 4-4-1 and then a lot of this one basically. This one also catch like buttons and catch them sidewalking. This move sometimes realigns in really weird ways. They can actually like catch them walking or like stepping. It's kind of weird to be honest, but also sometimes the like her extended hurt box, it sometimes goes on the highest as well. It's really cheap honestly. It's really good though. It doesn't look anything special, but it's really fucking. The other way to mix up war drums is it's kind of specific in some specific situations, like after White Sending 4. Like you can actually do a dash and then a down forward 1. So this only works though if they are tech rolling basically, because there's a way to make war drums there hit without being in a perfect range, and I'll show you that real quick. Have to quick roll left. I think like this, right? I think so. Okay, she's not allowed to block here. Fuck. Guard all. Standing guard, I guess. See that? That was point blank and it hit them. The punch whiffed because the lag has such a better hitbox than the punch. It actually made it hit. So you can actually dash up, do wall jumps, boom, and if they block that and they know it, you can actually do down for 1. I have to crouch duck. So you can actually do this and then do this and then do this basically. So this is your other mix-up from that specific scenario. It has a little bit more to it than that, but that's basically it. And at the wall, if you wanna mix it up, you can basically do. You can talk about 4-4-1+2 then. It's really interesting actually. This move, a lot of people want this to be nerfed. This is a 14 frame wall bounce move that is -7 on block. It has really good, nice hitbox. It's a dash move, so you can actually realign yourself like really easily. It does a tons of damage for that reason, like this, and then this, and then this. So you can. This is your main way to mix this up basically. It also like wall bounces from far away like this. Okay, maybe not like this, but then you can do like this or whatever. I'm kind of rusty at the moment with combos and shit. But this is your other way to mix this up. I think 4-4-1+2 is kind of cheap, but it's not as cheap as it used to be because there's the power. I think power creep kind of happened, so I think that's indirectly hurt that move. It's still like fantastic, honestly. You can also do wall splat. You can also use sidestep 3, which is -6 on block. It has like huge range. Look how the range. Wait, we have to stand guard. I can show you this, but it has a really nice range here, basically. Like this, and then you're almost in the range again, and then you can just do bomb. No? So this one is also really nice with Punisher for 1+2, because how fast it is, and it's safe, so you can just, if you're not entirely sure, you can just move punish with that, try. They block it, whatever, you're -7. You're not getting punished, so who cares? No? Oh, my throat hurts. It's probably one of her top 10 moves, honestly. I think forward forward bump. I don't use it enough, to be honest, but it's kind of fucked up. Think about it. Let me check this shit. Okay, so let's just. So, when you're in rage, you basically have like most characters, you have two options. You have a rage art, which is down forward 1+2. This one. I won't show the animation because you have probably already seen it like 1,000 times. This is a really regular, normal mid rage art. It's 20 frames fast, it's -22 on block, so you're absolutely gonna die. If you block this, you're dead. It has like a decent range, but it's really nothing special. It's like the generic mid rage art. Can end combos with it, like you wanna do this, like him on stand. And you can dash up and do it. Okay, I missed it. Like this, for example, this is really easy. If you add one more hit after that, it's a little bit harder, but you can do it. It's still possible, even with one more hit. So yeah, this is basically a rage art. It's nothing special, honestly. It's like really basic. For rage drive, I have a little bit more to talk about that. I think a lot of people think her rage drive is like quite bad or like mediocre at best, and I would probably agree with mediocre, but it has some applications. Like I can show you. The most common thing basically you will use this for is at the wall. So let me put this guy at the wall, and so the first thing which is really interesting about this, it's quite common actually in this game, her rage drive does chip damage at the wall. It does 5 points of chip damage. Do you see that? Her health bar just went down. This is when you block this move at the wall, they lose 5 points. So if they're like really low and you want to kill them, you can do this. Boom, they're dead. They can't do anything about this. Unless this even like they have to block this like from so far away. Let me show you how much they get pushed back here. It's actually quite good. Let me show you this. Like even from here, I think like this. Boom, at the wall. It goes even further basically. You have to like figure this out. So and also if it doesn't kill, it is +8 at the wall. It is +8. So you have like a really big hit advantage. You have block advantage. The problem with this though is it leaves you point blank, so you cannot use your perfect spaced war drums or like any threatening lows. You have to basically like chip with lows here if you want to go low basically. You can also do like your counted board splits like down like shotgun and then twitch confirm the two like this. Or you can also do war jumps here, and you can see if they press a button because there's like hitsparks everywhere. So you can actually do this as well. Let me show you this. See, all green. See? Okay. So this is like the most common application for this, basically at the wall. So this means that in the open this loses a lot of value. I gotta tell you that. Like on infinite stages, this is not that good, honestly. What you can do on infinite though, this is one thing though. You can like, this does quite a lot of damage. It does like I think 44 with rage. Yeah, 44. So you can like, you can kill people with this basically if they like if you block a rage art or like a super unsafe move when they're in rage. You can do this and they basically die. The way you need, I think, 45 HP to even have rage, you know? So you can use it for this. If you need like a really beefy hit, basically a beefy mid, so you can use it for that. The problem also is if you want to use this like for a read, the problem here is that it pushes them so far away like this, and this is basically a neutral situation. Nobody can do anything from here. So I think it's +2, but it doesn't really matter, you know. So they're like so far away, you can't continue your offense. You're like in a neutral position, and I really don't like this. If you want to go for the kill, then I go for other things basically. There's one more thing for this rage drive to say. Actually, two things. One thing also, it also launches on trade, which is pretty interesting. Not with every move traded, but with some of them. Like down for twos, for example. If down for ones, I mean, if down for ones trade with this, you get like in most cases a launch. It's quite hard to pick up, but it's possible. Let me show you this. You need to her down for 1 is 14 frames, her down 3 is -1, so we can do this. Down 3, down for 1, and then I'll do a rage drive in between. I think this works. I've done this before. This was a reset, so it's not real. I'm 100% sure this works. I've done this before. Yeah, see? This on trade launches, but you have to be careful what you trade with. This doesn't work with everything, but with most things. Like downward ones are quite common to trade with this actually, so you can get a launch with that. Another thing is as combos. So as combos, the problem with this move is the second hit. It actually like resplats. But the problem is the first hit also like ward splats, so you don't get like a straight resplat. Like obviously like this you get a resplat because it doesn't really ward splat, but it adds another wall hit if you already ward splat. So like this. See, the second hit hits like 60%, so it doesn't resplat. You can make the first hit whiff and then the second hit like a hit in combos. It's really hard. It's really situational. I really don't like using this actually in combos. You can't do it for wall bounce combo. You can do like this. See, this resplats basically for a ton of damage. You can use it for this, for example. You can also do I'm not sure if this even works, but I've seen it. Like this one, resplat, and then do this. But the hitbox is really funky, so this is bad practice. This is like really combo video stuff, to be honest. This is not really tournament viable if you ask me. You can also, if you hit like down for 2-1 here at the wall, if that ever happens to you or like a little bit further away, you can do this basically. Because this is a high wall split, so you can do like resplit it. Because the first hit like puts them in a low position. You can actually do this. This also works like from here. Let me show you this. See? You can also like wall carry with this. I personally don't like it, but you can do it. This is already too close. But you can do like this. You can also do this, like, it's not too useful in combo sometimes, it adds like a little bit more damage. After a long combo, like your max damage combo, or like your max wall carry combo, you can use this as an easy low ender, wall ender, but it's really not worth it, to be honest. It's usually not worth it. Your regular combo adds like 10 damage or some shit, like your stomp into 4-4-3. We talked about 1-1-2. This move sucks in my opinion. This is okay. This is not very useful in my opinion. It's a 12-rep Punisher. Talked about 4-4-1, 4-4-4. We talked about the 4 strings. Yeah, she has also like this weird move from like this one. This is some kind of cancel. You can do it. You can execute this by sliding 1 to 2 after certain moves. I think this one also sucks, honestly. It's very similar to 1-1-2 in a way that it really doesn't do anything for you. It counted launches again. It knockdown, but it's really slow. You can balk it, you can disrupt it, you can sidestep it, you can just fuck your opponent up. You can just block it and they're -9. Well, who gives, you know? It's really not that important in my opinion. I think these kind of moves, they're like kind of gimmicky, to be honest. I haven't found like a lot of use for this shit. Now, 1 plus 2, this is a string, this is a 3 string. 1 plus 2, 4. So 1 plus 2, this one floor breaks. This one also spikes. I wouldn't use it at all in the open. I think this move in the open kind of sucks. 1 plus 2, 4. I think this one's actually like unsafe. I think it's minus 10 actually. Oh, it's minus 5. Okay, this one is safe, but the follow-up is... This one jails. 1 plus 2, 4 jails. This one. But it's minus 12. It's a natural combo, I think, but I don't think it's very useful, honestly. I think this is 18 frames. What are you gonna do with it, honestly? It's like, why do you decide to use this move over like any other move, basically? So, I don't think this is useful. This one, 1 plus 2, 4, 4. This one, it's not that good in the open. It's kind of bad actually. It doesn't really do anything. It's super unsafe. It's minus 20. They can fuck you up for anything. The thing about this move though, 1 plus 2, 4, 4, and I'll talk about it later. I'll talk about wall game later. But this move is actually really decent at the wall. It's a really nice wall ender. Not a max damage wall ender, but it gives like a really strong Oki situation, and I'll show you that. So they're here. They're gonna attack roll. You're in war drums range, boom. You're in forward 1 plus 2 range, boom. You can just fuck them up for attack rolling. You can fuck them up for staying down by doing 4, 4, 3 or whatever. You can do your grounded hits. So it's really fantastic. Like there's obviously like stronger wall options. Like there's one of the wall options. It doesn't work on all characters, but you can make it work on all characters basically, like this, and then this one, a hop kick string basically. It gives like it's probably the strongest Oki ender, and if you can do it, I would personally do that. I personally use the max damage ender, and this is, I'll talk about it later. Actually, let's just continue. So we talk. Oh, you can also use this one. Is also good for this also balcony breaks and wall breaks. This one. This is 1 plus 2, 4 back forward 1 plus 2. Again, in the open, it's not really worth it. It's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna win you. In the open, you can maybe gimmick your opponent a little bit with that because they don't maybe expect the string here. But this one is also a decent wall ender. It does like good damage. It hits 60% on the end. If you don't know what 60% at the end means, it means that the opponent is so low that the game thinks they're grounded, and it sets the scaling basically. They can actually do this. Oh. That's not the one, because you have to do a jab here. God, what am I doing? My hitbox is broken, I can't do this shit anymore. I don't have my buttons, like, it's really annoying. Queen. What the fuck am I doing? Main lol. I'm forgetting the 4, I know what I'm doing here actually. But it actually doesn't do 6%. Okay, then it's only for this string, so it's not that useful actually. I would either way do this for Oki, like this for Oki, or this for Oki, like jab into up forward 1-1, jab into up forward 4-3-1. I'll talk about it later though, so let's just continue on. So we have wind roll. This is her stance. I've talked about it actually. You can also do this from crouch actually. Like you can do crouch and then you can up 4, like press up and then plus 4, so you can do crouch. This actually doesn't evade as much as it looks like. It looks like you would step a lot, right? But it really isn't. It's too slow to make it effective. It's not good for like substituting like stepping or whatever. It's It's not very used in a neutral situation, basically. War Club, this is CS1, we talked about it. This is a 50 frame high. It's content launcher. 0 on block, which is really good. You can just outmash your opponent basically with 1-1-1 or with 4. So don't be afraid to press after. This is also +6 on hit, so you can do a lot with it. The thing, I know it's a high, and people will look out for it, but the good thing about this move is it's really safe on whiff actually. It's really hard to whiff punish. I can show you that. People will fail to whiff punish this all the time, man. I'm rusty as hell. So let's just record this. We got countered. We were too fast. I was really fast there. Like it's not that easy, honestly. How it looks like. Look at this. I was not even that late. See, it's not easy to whiff punish at all. It's really good of this. This is a really good move in my opinion. Really underrated. Some Julias autopilot with this a little bit too much, but it's hard to whiff punish. This is what saves it in my opinion. So we talked about CS2, it's nothing really special. We talked about CS3, CS4, 1+2. The interesting thing about CS4, 1+2 I forgot to mention is, first of all, it doesn't wall splat. It gives this, like, they fall down, but it doesn't really wall splat. It does balcony break, it does wall break, it does balcony break, basically. The interesting part about this move, in my opinion, is that it balcony breaks and it wall breaks even if the opponent is grounded, and I can show you that. So we put the opponent on the wall. Start balcony breaks. So okay, so we let him be on the ground like that. Okay, so he doesn't. Not set. So we have to knock him down like this. They're on the ground, right? And then you do this, and it balcony breaks. So this is a really niche use for that move, and it's not even that uncommon that it can happen. It's still, like, obviously really risky. They can attack roll or wake up and then block you low and fuck you up for that. So you have to use this really sparingly. Otherwise, you kind of like a mix-up from a stance. Like, so the mind game basically is like if you usually go from this into spin or from Watsoning 2. I'll talk about Watsoning 2 in a bit, but they have like this very similar spin. They're similar in many ways. So basically, this spin on block they can interrupt you. Basically, they can. This is your fastest option. They can interrupt that with a 13 frame move trades. It's usually, unless that 13 frame move is a counted launch, it's usually in your favor because you get a counted launch basically. Otherwise, they can really like option select this with a 12 frame mid, like usually down for force if there are 12 frames, so that you can't do anything about it actually. You can only block them and take the frame advantage on block, that is. Because if they don't have that, you can still crush like their high attempts or whatever. You can crush it with the sweep. You can crush it with a crouch attempt. And I would also, like, if you spin and then you wanna crush the jabs or whatever, I'd always do a down forward after that. I would always buffer down forward, cause a lot of people like to mash down jabs after this. And if they mash down jab after this, then you get a low parry combo here, right here. You're gonna buffer down forward, and then you get a low parry combo. And you can also, like, because you're buffering down forward, you can also do your full crouch sweep. I haven't talked about this actually, and I should. Because this one is her main low from a full crouch. It's a really strong full crouch mix-up. It's called bow and arrow or full crouch down forward 4-3. It's It's a natural combo, low mid. It gives like a really strong Oki actually. I can show you the Oki. So you hit this, they stand up. You can do a down 1+2 for example. You can do this. This thing, down 1+2 after this will hit everything but staying on the floor. If they stay on the floor, this won't hit. And if they want to back spring kick, this will also not hit. But if they do anything else, this will hit them. And I can show you that. Let me show you that. Not sad, not sad. So you hit this basically. Boom. Boom. This doesn't hit. Okay, now we do a spring kick. This beats it actually. Like if it goes over it. Yeah, see that? This is another option. But this is really risky though. So a lot of people, I myself too, I usually hit this and then mostly back off or just stab or whatever so I can fuck them up. What are you gonna lose? You're not gonna lose anything. If they stay on the floor, you can do 4-4-2. This one. This is one of your main grounded moves. It sucks in the open honestly. It's -13 on block. But it's your basically your main grounded hit besides 4. Now, bow and arrow or full crouch down for 4-3. I just showed you that. It is launch punchable. You have to really understand it. It's really risky. This is a mix-up, but it's super risky actually. It's -17, so you have to be really careful with that. The first hit actually is really fantastic. This is also 60 frames obviously because it's a startup. It's -3 on hit and it's -14 on block. But this move has a lot of range. It has really nice tracking. Let me show you. It tracks to, I think, to a right, but I'm not sure. Check it. Might be. I haven't. Okay, it tracks to a left actually. It's pretty interesting, but yeah, basically this is a really decent low. It's kind of risky because mine's 40, but if they want to push that, they always listen to me, man. They always will. They look out for the second hit. Honestly, they will look out for that. But this one is really decent. It also goes under submits. It crushes quite well. It's a high crush, obviously. And I personally use this a lot at the beginning of the match to see how they react to my full crouch. And then, like, if I notice they don't like to duck, then boom. And the good thing about this also is it gives a guaranteed 4-4-3 at the wall. This is guaranteed. Boom. They can't do anything about it. Also the good thing about this is that on big characters at the wall, you can actually do a bow and arrow and then down 1+2. This works. This is 100% guaranteed on big characters. I think Marduk, Jack, and Kuma. I'm pretty sure these are the 3. Now speaking of Marduk and Kuma and Jack, I think the problem with this is, and it kind of sucks on them. They can get out of the Oki situation in the open. Like they only have to hold back and they're out of it. So it loses some value here for sure. Show you that. See, this doesn't work on these big characters. But you can't get this actually, then they're on the wall, so it's guaranteed. That is at least something. I think she's also like quite good against the big characters. I think she's really good against Marduk. Otherwise, like her down forward for 1 and this one, this goes constantly under his jabs. Like it's really easy to go on these jabs with this. So this is a saving. Like this matchup is being saved by the fact that you can just rush the shit. And just can control the neutral here better. Okay, so we talked about the full crouch sweep. I have to mention though, even though the first hit like tracks like really well, the second hit is so linear that it actually whiffs. Like even the smallest step can make it whiff, and I'll show you what I mean by that. This is why you can often sidestep her mix-up actually. Show you what I mean. So we put her on repeat action. So we like this, and then we see. There was just a minimal step. That was such a small step. I didn't do it, but know what I mean? See? And then you can fuck her up. You can launch her for that, basically. So this is can kind of like play around this. Now obviously she can like realign herself with crouching forward and then do it. But yeah, so okay, so when we're already talking about the full crouch game, we can also talk about her other options. The most important one, I think, from full crouch is actually Wild Sending 3. I think Wild Sending 3 is really fucked up. It's a homing, it's 14 frames fast. It gives like really nice damage for 21. It's plus 15 on hit, plus 15 with a ballerina spin. And it has a special property by being a counted launcher actually. It's a one frame link, but it's hard. Let me show you. It's super hard, but you can actually get a combo of this. Like this. Look, this was it. I did it, basically. So you can actually get a counted launch of that. I personally would not do that at all in a tournament match. I don't think it's worth it. I personally would go for the guaranteed hit like this. Or guaranteed hit like this. I think this is much better. You only lose like 10 damage. I think at White Sending 3 combos they do like mid 50s, I think, or like 50s. So they're not super important actually. So it's kind of to show off, to be honest. Let me switch playlist. So okay. The thing about also White Sending 3, like what I like to do is just dash in the face and do it. Just like this. Like this. It's so good, it has really nice range. It's just phenomenal, honestly. It's a homing. What are they gonna do about that, you know? They just have to hold it. You can also use this as a mix-up from, like, if you want to mix up this and you want the safe option, you can do this. It also wall splats from, like, close. Yeah, like this. You can wall splat with this. This is probably your main mid from full crouch, basically. You will do this a lot. You will dash up, do this, boom. You duck in the face, boom. Like this, boom. Boom. Basically, they'll eat some people, they're so afraid of the low, they will eat 100 of those. They will eat 100 of those. You know? It's really valuable. It's only -7 on block. What are they gonna do? They're gonna get a small mix-up. Okay, sure. But whatever, you know? Can even sometimes like mash some armor move after that, but it's kind of risky. Because anything faster than 50 frames beat it. And you will get fucked up for that. The other mid from full crouch is White Sending 1. It's your generic. I talked about this basically. It's like a generic White Sending launcher basically. It's grounded though. So it's kind of interesting if you ask me. Okay, so there's one move from full crouch that is actually kind of underutilized in my opinion. It sees some usage, but a lot of people don't do that actually. I think it's White Sending 2. White Sending 2 on its own honestly sucks. I think this is just awful. It's -9 on hit, it's -18 or some shit on block. It's super launch punishable, this one. But it has extensions. And I'll go over them. The first one is White Sending 2-1. This is a natural combo. It's mid-high. It doesn't jail, so you can get duck launch for it. The thing about this move is it's a natural combo, and it normally knocks down and you get guaranteed shit. You can get like this, you know. It's not bad. You can also, I think you get a combo here if they're walking like to the left. Get a combo of this, I'm pretty sure. Let me check this. I think you get a combo, but it's just super situational, so it's not really like worth talking about it, but we can actually do it. Let me just... Why did I just stop? Why did I not keep walking? Oh fuck. Like this. Let me just check. I think you get a combo of this. No, you actually don't. Fuck. I think you have to step in a really weird way. I think you just have to. And I thought I would give a combo. I think that used to be the case actually. Okay, it doesn't anymore, so it's even linear. Okay, sorry, that was my bad. So, but it gives a counted combo though, so that's interesting. The first hit, this doesn't do anything, but if you hit the second hit uncounted, you get a counted combo. Let me show you this. It gives like a stun basically. And this has a lot of range. Holy shit! God, my hitbox is broken. This is the reason. Yeah, see that? You can do whatever you can usually want to do a while running 3 after that and then do your like bread and butter basically, so you can do that. Show you that. Like this basically. You can do this and then you can do whatever you want to do at the wall or whatever. It is really risky. If you ask me, I would not use that too much. I personally use that at all actually. It's -4 on block. So it's not too bad, but you're gonna get duck launched for that honestly. But this character, she has mid extension of this move. So basically the first mid extension is white setting 2-2. This one, I think this one sucks, honestly. I think this one sucks. It gives a nice knockdown, but it's launch punishable on block. It's -16 also, I think -16, even more maybe. Let me check this. -16, yeah. So this is launch punishable, okay. So this is not very good. It's a natural combo though, so it's... But I wouldn't use that. It's kind of a mix-up to that. Then there's also a third like option. You can do white setting 2-2 1+2. This is all NC. It also is launch punishable. But the only thing I found usage for this thing, I think that one is kind of gimmicky. The entire string is kind of gimmicky to be honest. But one thing I've noticed is that this whole thing, this balcony breaks and wall breaks. So you can actually, if there's like a really like heavy low you just blocked and it's more than -18, like stagger lows or whatever, you can actually use this to punish. And then you get the 44 wall break, balcony break or whatever. So this is kind of a usage I found for this. Otherwise, in the open, it's kind of risky. I sometimes do it just to test my opponent, and sometimes they know and sometimes they don't. But I personally would be really, like, be careful with this. Now, there's another option. So, you can actually do white setting 2 and then charge the second 2, like this. Now, what that does is, that is actually, it's not a natural combo anymore. But it's +4 on hit. What that means is that you can basically continue offense. I really like to use this at the wall, because they can't really escape this. The range is not that good of this thing. And the second hit also hits grounded, so you can actually, if they're like grounded at the wall, you can do this, and they wake up basically on this. The good thing about this also is like, this move, it looks really linear, but this move has a absurd hitbox. It tracks all the way to her both butt cheeks basically. It has like 180 tracking or some shit. It's so crazy. It's absolutely unstoppable. In no way you can stop that. It is an absurd hitbox. I can show you that actually. Let's just record it with this actually. Record. Like this. Okay, I was all the way to her back, so this doesn't count. See? This was almost to her fucking ass. See? It's so hard to stab actually. You can kind of like, if you have to really have to walk the shit, honestly. Look at this! I was on a back, the back of her butt to hit me. The back of her head, I mean, it hit me. It's so crazy. This move is like, has like absurd tracking, and I don't know why. I don't know. I think she realigns some shit. It's really crazy. Basically +4, you can do all kinds of shit after that. You can get an uninterrupted shotgun basically. If they mash, you can finish the string, get a wall splat like this, you know, like boom, boom, your wall splat. Because they mashed after this. You can also do a grab, like whatever, do this grab, regular grab or whatever. I think it's fantastic. The only thing, the way to beat this move, there's a way to beat this move. It is interruptible by 10 frame moves. I can show you that. You can interrupt it. I think 11 trades if I remember correctly. Let me check this. Yeah, this trades. So it's not in your favor either. You can interrupt this with 10. So if your opponent has like a really dangerous 10 hit string or a 10 frame string like Akuma or whatever, or even Julia, that does 40 damage, you know. It's not, it's kind of dangerous. But even then, like, it's not the end of the world, you know. But the problem also is that this move, the second hook, it can be parried. It looks like it's an elbow, but it's not. You can parry that. You can reversal that. You can punch parry that. He's Jin and whatever. Who's the third character with the Leroy? They can all launch you for that. This has a really shitty recovery. They can launch you for that. So it's against these characters you have to use it like really like carefully basically. Otherwise it's fantastic in my opinion. I think this is really good at the wall at least. I think at the wall this is so cheap. Okay, so let me continue on. Let me get me some drink. My throat is like really dry. Holy shit! I have to talk so much. I should have prepared myself. Okay, we talked about the CES stuff. So beer trap. This is 1+4. I think this move sucks in my opinion. I think this move is really gimmicky. Actually recording. What the fuck? I think this move is really gimmicky. This one is a natural combo. They buffed that move actually in my opinion. This one's a natural combo. Second, it is super launch punishable. It is a stagger low. So if they know, they're gonna fuck you up basically. Look. Why is he not? Oh, he's not standing. Okay, so. Yeah, I'm -26, so you're gonna get fucked up for that. Now, you can cancel it with down, like this. You're still launch punishable on cancel, but this makes it a little bit like less risky because they have to read this basically. It's kind of a mix-up in a sense that if they cancel it and you have to do an immediate launcher to launch that. If you don't, it gets blocked. And if you do an immediate launcher and they do the follow-up, you get counted launched. And I'll show you. This one's a counted launcher actually. The second hit is a counted launcher. If they try to like interrupt that, you get a launch basically like this, you know. So it's still really gimmicky. There's also like apparently like option select. I haven't like looked too deep into that. I think that move is like so obviously shitty in my opinion. The only usage I found for this move was actually as floor breaks. This floor breaks, and some moves that absolutely need this one as floor break. You can't floor break with any other move. So basically, this is one of the prime examples. Besides for this one and this one, this will floor breaks, and it does not with any other move. You cannot floor break with any other move basically. And not floor break with this or whatever. Yeah, this is the only floor break basically. So this is one purpose I found with this move. Otherwise, I would not like use this too much against opponents that maybe like unfamiliar with the matchup, which are a lot of people. Let's be honest, Julia is like still really like uncommon, and people really don't know her yet. So you can kind of cheese your opponent with that, honestly. Okay, the 4-2-1-2. This string. This is a natural combo. It's not bad. It's high and they can duck it, but you have a mix-up for that actually. So with 2 at 1-4. This I've talked about this. This is one of her 12 frame punishers at the wall. This one also can go into a swift step stance. I think that's the first move actually we covered that goes into swift step. You can do like this. If you 4 to 1 and then 3, you're going to swift step basically. On hit, you cannot interrupt anything. If you hit that, you can't interrupt anything. I can show you that actually. Maybe not. This is gonna be too long actually. But you can also do this. So it's a swift step 4. If they really mash after that, if they block it and they want to mash, second hit is a countered launch. At a third hit, I mean. And it's only -10, dude. This thing is only -10, I think. It might be -12 actually. What is it? It's -10. Yeah, it's -10, dude. It's a counter. It's a normal knockdown even. I think this is really cheap. If they don't duck the second hit, it's over. You can't just go ham with that. It's kind of fucked up, honestly. I think it's really good. I caught some when this character came out. I caught pro players with it. I caught some actual pro players with it, like high level players. They were not prepared for that. So probably will use some value because it's now kind of known. But I'll talk about Swift Step in a bit. Not right now. We talk about Angry Steed, that's the 2 frame Punisher, other one. Okay, so Swift Step, so let's go into Swift Step. So basically Swift Step is a forward moving stance. The first few frames, you will see you were airborne. She's jumping, she will crush lows. After that, she goes low, so she actually crushes highs after that. If they hit you, like after that, you get like norm hit launched, basically. It's like really dangerous. You have no block button for this, you're vulnerable the entire duration. Now, you can, if you don't want to use a move after this, you can actually just do it and then end up standing, or use it end up ducking like this. You're ducking, boom. If they're like really like hesitating, you can just do full crouch mix-ups. You can do whatever you want. You can do elbow. You can grab them. You can actually do a full crouch grab. I'll talk about it later. So this is really interesting actually. Just you can throw this out, see how they react, boom. If they're like really mashy, you have an answer for that. You actually have 2 answers for that. If they respond with this, with buttons, you can actually do this. And this is fantastic in my opinion. This one is -9. It is Swift Step 2 it's called. It's 4-3-2 basically. It is a -9, -8 actually even. -8 mid. It normally knocks down. It tracks to her left. And it's a countered launch. I think this is fantastic, honestly. It's so good. You get a really hard knockdown for this. You get a countered launch for this. You get basically anything. So if they don't want to respect this, like you can just hit them with this. This also has pushback on block. So some of the frames don't even matter that much, like this. Look, her jabs whiff. This creates some really nice space. It's kind of good to just throw out here. Remind though, they can side separate this, so it's kind of risky. Now, let's talk about Swift Step 4. It's a low component to this. This low is fantastic in my opinion. This also counted launches this also is a counted launch and it gives a really nice combo. This is the first thing. Second thing is it also tracks to a right, just like Swift Step 2. It's also +2 on hit. This is really uncommon for Julia. She doesn't have a lot of plus frame lows, so this is actually like a blessing basically. It's not even that slow, you know. It's really decent in my opinion, and this also hits grounded by the way. So I would use this a lot actually. They're gonna low pair you obviously. This is -13, so some characters can actually launch you for that. But I think occasionally doing that is really good, honestly. It's really fantastic. Okay, so we continue with lashing arrow. So this move, 4-3 slide 1, this one. Everybody hates this move. This move is really fucked up in my opinion. I think this move is worse than it looks like. I think it's worse in theory because it is a high, and if you want to use it on range, they know it's coming. This is the only move that will hit you there, basically. They will know it's coming, they will duck, they will fuck you up. The thing that saves this move from being like such a crutch to use is that this move actually has 8 active frames. This move has so many active frames, it's crazy. It point blank, it's -4, but like like from far away, it can be up to it's -3 point blank, and it can be up to +4 from max range. I actually have a full screen high that is like plus on block, like this +2. Look at this. This is just +2 here. 0. It is kind of hard to tell if the move is right now plus or minus. You can kind of see by like if you compare these characters how they react. Like you can kind of see it like this. This is obviously plus. Like you can see it. This is minus. The good thing about these active frames is also that sometimes if they want to duck launch you, they get hit by the later active frames. They will duck, they will stand up, they get hit, boom. They will duck, they will duck punish you, they will get hit, it's over. It is really annoying to deal with. This move also is really linear actually, but the way these sidestep in these games work is that if you're here and you want to do this, the other character steps, he steps much less than he steps like from point blank. Look how much he steps. I'm almost like to a 45-degree angle. Now let's step from here, from back there. I don't step shit. Look at this. I'm still like almost like in your face, you know. So, and this is why this move clips you stepping here from like far range. And it's really annoying. I gotta say, it's a really annoying move. It's really kind of cheap, even though you won't use this a lot, to be honest. Like good players will duck you and launch you for that. But it's really solid. It's also like it looks like it hits really high, but this actually hits like slides and shit. The start of the animation of slides and whatever, it will hit that. It's hard to emulate right now probably, but it basically hits slides. So like at the start of the animation, which is kind of fucked up. It also like higher low crushers basically, so because he's jumping. You will also use this in combos, but I'll show you combos later. Because it's like a beefy one hit basically, it does like a lot of damage. 24, which is not bad. Point blank, you also get guaranteed hits. This is guaranteed. This is guaranteed. There isn't really a lot to talk about this move anymore. It's cheap, but it's I don't think we'll see this in pro play a lot. Like, I know I get fucked up for doing that move like quite a lot, so I will chill with that move a little bit. But it's kind of, in a way, it's kind of cheap. We talked about this. We talked about, okay, so 4-3 up 4-3 plus 4. This one. This is Michelle's own move. Let me take some water in my throat. Okay, so this is Michelle's old move. So this move in the open is really risky. This is super unsafe. It's like -18 at least, I think. It's -16. Okay, so this move, it's a normal launcher. It's one of her main like wall carry options. Actually, you can wall carry with this like this. You know, you can do like this. You can do like this. Like this, and then this, boom. Basically, this is one of the, this is the main purpose. If you want like a really risky mix-up, if you do this and they know, they're docking, then you can maybe throw this out. But I personally would not recommend this at all. I think in the open this move sucks, as it's also like really linear and just have basically like Much safer options. Much safer options. Okay, so Parting Spirit. This is Forward 4-1. This is a new addition to Tekken 7. It's kind of okay as a Whiff Punisher, does 36. It wall splats though, so this is like one of the main like Whiff Punishers at the wall like this. It wall splats also from pretty far away, does nice damage. It is minus 14 though, so you have to be careful with it. You cannot not confirm it. It's rather linear, I think. I'll double check that, hang on. Yeah, it's linear and I would just maybe use that as a Whiff Punisher at the wall, honestly. You can also like extend combos with this. You can do like this, boom, wall carry, basically. It's the main purposes of that. The first hit is minus 10, I think, on block, which is not very good in my opinion, but it has some pushback, I think, so you can, yeah, some jabs actually might whiff here. So it's not too bad. This move it doesn't do anything at all, but maybe if you need like a really long range kick, I don't know. I haven't used this move at all. Like alone, I wouldn't use that. It's also not hit confirmable, so might as well do the second hit. So okay, let's just go on. Why am I so low right now? Holy shit. So we talked about this. This 1 forward, 1+2. Now this move is known to have hitbox issues. Everybody knows about that. This move like whiffs in really odd ways. It is a power crush. It's our only power crush actually. So sometimes if you really need a power crush, you just have to use this. This wall bounces though, so that's just like really rewarding. It's minus 14, so it's really unsafe. It's really unsafe. It's not launch punishable, but it's not that good. It actually has more range than it looks like. I think it looks like really like short range like this, but it actually punishes Asuka's back 3 and such. So this is one purpose I found for this, like as a punisher. It's a shoulder, so you cannot really like reversal it. There's not really much to say about this move actually. It's kind of whatever, honestly. It's okay. It gives nice reward at the wall. It doesn't really do anything in the open. It's minus 40. It obviously like wall breaks and whatever. I mean balcony breaks, sorry. And wall breaks obviously too. Like I mean if you have a wall bounce and then okay, this is unblockable. This one, I think this one sucks, honestly. I think this one is a trash move. Can cancel it, but it's slow, it's linear. It's a launcher, but I don't think it's good. It doesn't do anything else, it just launches and it's slow. I think it actually hits on some characters on the ground, like beers, I think. I'm not sure though, you have to check this. But personally, I would just not use this. Maybe there's like some really cheeky setups with this shit, but I couldn't find anything, so I really don't use it. Lobo, we talked about down forward 1. Twisting Arrow Cannon, this is her 50 frame launcher. Now this launcher is fantastic in my opinion. It is so good as a whiff punisher. It is so good as a block punisher. It punishes like Brian's White Standing 1, like for mid range almost, which is like really uncommon. It gives like a really hard hitting combos, not gonna lie. Look at this. This one just was trash, but you see what I mean. There was like a really basic combo and it is like so much. So this is it doesn't really track the first hit. The first hit is minus 9 plus 2. The second hit is launch punisher obviously. It has some pushback, so some down for 2s actually whiff, like Lays. I've had Lays down for 2 whiff so much on that thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't like throw it out in the open. Obviously, it's your block and whiff Punisher. One of the best probably in the entire game, honestly. It's really fucking amazing. Otherwise, this one I wouldn't use it that much as its own. You can kind of like not hit confirm it, but you can sometimes you do this and then you're unsure and you just stop. You know, it's not really a hit confirm at all, but you know what I mean. Now, down for 2 has like a few follow-ups. Now, down for 2-4, this one sucks in my opinion. I would never use that. That's a natural combo, but it doesn't really do anything. I think it like sparks on counter hit. It does like additional damage on counter hit. Yeah, but it's a high. Can't duck that. I think it's garbage. Let me check this on block actually. I don't even know what this on block is. -6. Okay. I thought it was more, but. Then you have actually the option to go in Swift Step from here. It's really interesting actually because this one into this arrow, like down for 2, 3, 1, it's a natural combo. And what makes this so interesting is that it is kind of like a safe. I talked about this earlier, but it's kind of like a safe Punisher. It's not really safe, but if they whiff something and they see you down for 2, they're never gonna duck. This is a duckable high, the second hit. But they won't duck it, trust me. They will wait for this one. They will wait for the mid, because the mid would launch them, so they wait for it. But this one you can throw this out, and then boom. In the open you have to be careful with it, because it's a duckable high. The second hit is -6. So you have to, like, you're not, oh, -3, I'm sorry. I know it was -3, I was talking about it earlier, sorry, -3. You can actually, -3, you can do whatever you want to do, it's not terrible, you know. On hit, get also, every time you get guaranteed 443 here, every time, 443, guaranteed 442. You can't do anything about it. This makes it so rewarding actually, but still in the open, don't use it too much. What I also want to say is that on hit, these swift step options, they're all uninterruptible. They cannot do anything. If they try to interrupt it, they're dead. They're gonna get counter hit. The only thing I think is not like uninterruptible is this one. This one. This is 4-3-1. This is not 4-3 slide 1. This is 4-3-1. So if you do the one slowly, then you will get that move. This is very similar to a Wild Standing 1 actually. I think it's actually the same move, just from that stance. But honestly, you will never see that move. It's never gonna use. It's never being used. So continue with. We talked about this is a 13 frame Punisher. This move is only -13 the second hit. The first. Let me talk about the first hit. The first hit is like, it's a really nice mid poke. If you need a like similar to a down for 1, like a really fast mid. Like right now, you can do down for 3 basically. It's 13 frames, it's -7 on block, it's +4 on hit. Interesting is also that if they don't hold back on hit, you get a float. I can show you that. But it will never happen honestly, like they always hold back. There would never be a case where they're not holding back. Like this. This is a float. It also tracks like really nicely to her left. It's a knee, so you can parry it. It has a really low hitbox, so you can hit like low stances. You can actually hit relax with that from Eddie. You can hit AOP. You can hit AOP rolls. You can hit like Lucky Chloe shit and whatever. It will also like float Eddie's relax if they are on the way down or on the way up. So basically, this is your anti-Eddie relax tool. A lot of ways. Really nice, really good hitbox, hits really low, so I recommend using that. It's a really nice move. The follow-up, it's a natural combo. The problem is this one is -13 for once, but the problem also is you can stop the second hit, and I think it tracks to. Let me check which side you have to step it. I've written it down. Can't sidestep left that in between. Let me show you this. Yeah, see, and then she's dead. So it's kind of risky if the opponent knows, then you have to be careful with the second hit. You have to like, it's not really scary, so you can't even mash in between that, but you know. So okay, we covered that move. It also like wall breaks and balcony breaks. Obviously, it doesn't wall splat. That sucks. So down forward 4 string. So down forward 4 string is like quite interesting. Down forward 4 on its own is 14 frames fast. It's +1 on hit. It's -10 on block. So it's actually unsafe. But the extension, this is -13, -2 on hit. The thing about this whole string is that it's a natural combo counted. The whole thing, like this. This one is all counted. You have after the second hit, you have a high option. This is the 3 follow-up, so down forward 4 to 3, which is a -6 high, so you can duck that. Or you have a mid option. This is this one. Now this is down forward 4 to 1. This is the move. What you always want to do for the first thing I want to say about this string is that what you always want to do is you want to buffer back forward 1. Because back forward 1 adds blue sparks to this move. And the blue sparks, they don't add the frames of this move, but they'll add damage. They will always add damage 5 points straight. So if you really want to use this string like a counter hit string, which you can use, to be honest, like you can stop here. This is -13. You can counter confirm the last hit. There's like sparks everywhere. You can shoot this and then boom. And you have a nice like counter hit string, 3 string. It also wall splats, it balcony breaks, it does basically anything. The problem is the last follow up, the 1 at the end is -14. And the 3 at the end is -6, but it's a high. So if you're not like paying attention, or if you like really just want to go in with that and don't care about if it's counted or not, you might get punished like really badly actually. The duck launch, that costs you life basically in this game. And this also, it doesn't really, I think it has some, I think the first hit has some tracking. Let me double check this. I don't really use the first move on its own. I think it's kind of sucks. You can lift this move. It hits really low, so you can hit actually like slides with it and shit. So you can use it for that. You can also hit like combos like that. Let me show you. Oh, that used to work. What the fuck? Yeah, so you can actually do combos like this with this because it hits so low. It also, okay, it tracks to a left. So I think it tracks to a left. I've written it down as left. I hope I'm not mixing up with my spreadsheet. I like everything up. Oh, it tracks to a right. What the fuck? No, it doesn't track at all. Why did I write it down that it tracks? Maybe it has some really slight tracking actually. I think it tracks like really slightly to the left. Seems like it. Yeah, it tracks them really slightly. You can't really use that as a tracking move though, so it is also one of your it's one of your max wall enders, but I'll talk about it later. I'll talk about wall combos later and combos basically. Down for 3+4, I think this move in the open kinda sucks. It's safe, but it's safe, it gives like a lot of frames on hit. It's +9 on hit. I think it's -8 on block, I think. Oh, that's not the wrong. Standing guard. It's -7. Okay, it's 24. It's not that good. The problem with this move is you're never gonna hit this. Honestly, the first hit is it's a special mid, and special mids can be blocked by standing or by crouching. So it doesn't really matter where she's standing. So you're never gonna hit this. Basically, it's kind of useless. The only thing we can where this move sees usage is in combos, and I'll talk about it later, but it hits, the first hit hits really low and you can like pick them up basically. You can do like this, and then continue from here on. Or like, that was not what I was supposed to do, like this. It's just really a combo tool basically. It doesn't really do anything in counter either. I think it used to be a counter launch in Tekken 6, I think, but it doesn't do that anymore. It's not that good, honestly. It's really useless. This one is a extension to a 2 down jab. I personally used to like that move a lot. I think it's K. This thing is a counter combo. This one, see, this is a counter combo. It's +1 only. -10 on block. You have to say that. Most of the time, if you need a crouch up, like you just do down 2. Down 2, they buffed that move. That's +7 now. So you can actually do like a true mix up there. +7 is a true mix up zone. You can do bow and arrow, you can do wide standing 3 here, you can do wide standing 1, you can do basically anything. If you need a crouch up, do just down 2. Down to 3, I kind of use this as a way to cheese like rounds. Like sometimes the second hit tracks really well to a left, I think. Let me double check that. I think the second hit has like really dope tracking to her left. If I remember correctly. So sometimes they just move around at the end, they see you whiffing a crouch jab, they want to mash into it, they get hit by this, they lose the round. I'll show you. I think the tracking is to a left if I remember correctly. Yeah, this tracks to a left. Look. And it's like really nice tracking. It's a knee too. So you can kind of cheese rounds with it sometimes if you have like an opponent that's like he's like he really wants to do something, right? And he walks around and he's just waiting for that moment and you thought he had it. If you just whiffed a crouch jab, no, you're gonna get fucked. Basically, it does that second hit does 13 damage, so that's not even that low for a kind of a cheesy string. What also, the purpose of this move is also a combo extending tool. Like if you wanna do this, and then you wanna continue to the wall basically. It's a little bit iffy to hit in this game in my opinion. Because the screw hits them so far away. I don't think it's that useful anymore. You also have better options now, but you can do it like this. Most of the time do it down 2, honestly. And I think down 2 is better than down 1, by the way. I think down 1 is the worst crouch jab of hers. Just because of the range. It's like much more range here. Look at this. She has like really no range on this one. But they're both okay. If you want to use crouch jab, you're fine with both actually. There's neither of them is better or worse basically. Talked about down 3, down 4. So this is a low, we haven't talked about it. This is a 20 frame high crush. It crushes really really early highest, I think like frame 4 or some shit. Let me double check this. I think it's a 4 frame high crush. Down 4. Oh, it's 6 frames. Okay, my bad. This move actually used to be so garbage before Tekken 7. This move used to be -12 on hit. It's now -2 on hit. It has like really strong tracking to both sides. It tracks it a little bit better. It tracks a little bit better to a left. No, to a right. Sorry. It has a little bit better track to a right, but it's kind of hard to stop. It has the same follow-ups as the Magic 4. So this move and this move, they're quite similar. Like 4-4 and down 4. They're quite similar. Not like 100% similar, but like block-wise and hit-wise. So you have the same follow-ups again. If they want to mash, you can down 4-1. I don't think this is very good. I think it's really risky for no reason. I think you will rarely get a counter hit with this because it's kind of slow. Can't really confirm this either, so you can kind of confirm this, I guess, if you look for the Twitch, but I wouldn't recommend this. Now down 4-4, this is the same thing. It's also NCC. It's a high though, so they can launch that. It doesn't really get ducked that much actually, like at all. But you don't get anything from using this, so why would you use that? It's what are they gonna do? You know, they're just gonna block most of the time. They get the free -14 if you do the mid, and they get the -6, and then whatever. Continue on, you know. You can also do down 4-4, which is I would not use this like very much. You can kind of like use this as a round ender, I guess. Otherwise, it's really risky. It's -8, so what are you gonna do with that? You're gonna just hold back here. On block, you're dead. You're like -20, I think. So you're absolutely fucked. So down 4 is kind of like it's a weird law, honestly. I don't really like using this. There's some niche use with this, and it's not really niche use, but it's a little bit gimmicky. So basically, this move is down 4 is basically -2, right? So. And if you're here, it's not that uncommon to check with a mid, right? It's not that uncommon, honestly. So let's. I don't know if this works with Julia, but we try that. So if you know they're gonna do a mid, like a 13 frame mid, you can actually do this. You can do down 4 and then white sending 4. I think this actually works with this character. I don't know how to record this actually. How to record this? You can basically here get a launch. If white sending 4 trades with a 13 frame move or like a down frame, which does in this case, it's -2, and this is 11 frames. So it trades with 13 frame moves basically. So if this trades, you can actually get a combo with this because your hit stun is shorter now. You cannot get a combo like this if you do it like. But if this trades, your block stun will your hit stun will be erased, and then you get a new hit stun, the move you just got hit by. So in most cases you get actually a combo. I don't know how to record this with a dummy actually. I'll try to. Maybe this works. Let me check this. That was too late. Does this work? I'm really way too early. Oh fuck. I'll try this. Maybe this works. This should work though. This should work. This should really work. Maybe it actually works with Downfall 3 too. Let me. Oh my god. So this could work actually. Let me. Yeah, see, this works. This is a combo now. Because it erases the hit stun of your white sending 4. It gets a new hit stun which is shorter, and then you get a combo out of it. So this is kind of a niche use to. Yeah, this is kind of gimmicky though, honestly. I've seen this working in like the one Evo where like everyone was playing Leroy, and there was like Mikio was like the Julia player in top 2, I think it was. And he used that and he hit book quite a few times, so it's kind of gimmicky, but on opponents that will like retaliate with a lot of down 1s in this situation, then it might work. We talked about down 4 strings, we talked about down 1+2, again your 60 frame long range punisher, dancing hedger. This is down back 1. I think this one sucks, honestly. I think this one's a bad move. Let me. Now, down back 1 is a high crushing mid. It is a true high crush. I think it crushes at frame 6. Let me double check. I think it's a. Yeah, it crushes at frame 6. So It is a high crush, a two high crush. Julia likes true high crushes, let's be honest. Her high crushes and her low crushes, they aren't very good. And this one is no better, honestly. It's plus 5 on hit, it's 19 frames slow. The problem with this is it's minus 12. It's just minus 12. It just sucks in my opinion. I don't think you should use this. Contents are really rarely, it's linear. This is how the content animation looks like. You can do like this, for example. I don't think this is a very good move. I would personally not recommend using that. If you need a high crush or whatever, you just do this or whatever, or like this. But we'll come to these moves later. Let's just continue. So down back to this move. This move is just trash in my opinion. This move is a mid that looks almost like a low in my opinion. It looks really weird. I don't even know what this is on block. I think it's safe. No, it's minus 10 actually. Okay, so this is not even safe. So this is surprising actually. This one is a natural combo. The second hit does like no, it's like there's 7 damage. Fuck that, you know. Second hit floor breaks though, so that's kind of interesting in my opinion. This one floor breaks. I've used to use that move. As a round ender, and I think it's really cheesy, and good players will block that. And the second hit is minus 11. It's not the, it's like the end of the world if they block it, you know. But what again, they can low parry it on block, obviously, but like minus 11, come on, you know. If you bow low life, you don't use that actually. But it's kind of like a really cheesy way to end rounds. But otherwise, and it floor breaks, but it's a floor break they will never use, so it's not very useful. I can show you that actually. I'm pretty sure it floor breaks. I can show you that actually. I think it looks kind of weird to be honest. It's kind of funny, but okay. So we wanted to check this, yeah. Yeah, see the second hit floor breaks, but it's really not that good, honestly. It's as a floor break, it's good. Okay, Bottomic 4-1, we talked about it. Now back 1, I think this move, it got buffed in this game. It's kind of overshadowed now by upward 1 in my opinion. It's safe. It's 3 frames slower than upward 1. It also tracks to the same direction by upward 1. I think it's just it does everything worse that the upward 1 does. It doesn't really go on the highs. It's just an inferior version of upward 1 in my opinion. You get a countered launch, obviously. You get a different launch. You get like a straight launch instead of like this fallback launch from upward 1, like this. But I think it just gets overshadowed. I don't think it's particularly a bad move, but it's just worse. Like in most scenarios. It floor breaks though, but it's not a good floor break, and I'll tell you later why it's not a good floor break. There's only one good floor break in this character in my opinion, and I'll tell you later why. But yeah. I actually could also I'll show you that later actually. So we talked about back 1, back 2, 3, 1 plus 2. I think this move just sucks, honestly. So the thing about this move is, this move used to be a much better string attack to it. It was still like really gimmicky, but it was better because second hit used to be a countered launch, this one, and the third hit actually was a normal hit launch. So you can actually like really cheese. By people who don't know this string, they could cheese them so hard actually. It was really cheesy. You can step the last hit to both sides if I remember correctly. Let me double check this. I think you can step the last hit to both sides. Left? Okay, you can only step it left, so that is not an option. But the problem with this move is it just doesn't do anything, honestly. The last hit is minus 13, the second hit is minus 14, and the first hit is I think minus 10, but I'm not sure actually. You sometimes get the first hit on accident because you will you want to press back 2, yeah, it's -10. So sometimes... Rip? What do you mean? Is my stream off? No, it's not. Wow, you're scaring the shit out of me. Never do that again, please. Holy fuck. That would suck. So this move, I think this just sucks. Sometimes you get this on accident because you want to do a 2 back, and 2 back isn't really bufferable, so this just sucks. What about 2 back? Some moves have such a weird recovery that you back 2 is like really hard to hit. So sometimes you get like this, and then you're basically screwed. You can use this string as kind of a 13 frame punisher at the wall because it does more damage than this one. And it gives almost the same frames, so you can kind of use that. You can also use the full string as wall bounce combo. I can show you that maybe. But I think it's gonna be hard on this stage because of the way the characters spawn. Yeah, this is really bad actually. I'll talk about this. I'll talk about this combo stuff later. You can kind of use this as a wall bounce combo here, but it's usually you won't use that at all. I don't think it's very useful. Now back 3. So back 3 is really interesting in my opinion. I have really mixed feelings about this move. This sweep here. Like at first, this move looks really shitty, right? This is 27 to 29 frames fast. This is so it's like really slow. It's basically like the speed of like Brian down for 3 and whatever, like all the snake edges and launching lows. The thing about this move, I think why this move gets like a little too little credit, it's because how safe it is actually. Let me show you this. It is 13 to 11 frames unsafe. But this is -13. I think on tip range is -11 actually. Or like you have to like hit a really weird angle. So but sometimes it's even -11. But -13 for first, nobody can launch you for that on that range at least. Nobody can launch you there. Eddie will whiff because his is a high. Kazuya has no range. Josie won't work. So this is the first thing, you won't get fucked for that. The thing is, I can show you that actually. I was just thinking about how to show that, but you can actually, if you hit this on shallow range, your wets and your force will whiff. Most of them, not all, but some. You can kind of make it safe. It's not like consistent, but like from here maybe. I've had it whiff. Like this, right? So tip range back 3 is actually safe, or like pseudo safe. So otherwise it's also counted launch, so you get a combo if they mash into it. I found most use of this move if like your opponent likes to really step poke a lot. If they like down for 1, sidestep jabs and whatever, then you can use that. Because like back 3 is obviously like on counted the thing you want. You know, counted back 3 is the thing you want basically. It's the maximum reward. But if you just crush a move but you don't get a counted, so like you hit it during the recovery, you get plus frames. You get nice damage. This does like a nice damage. This is 17 damage. It's not that bad. You get good damage. You get nice frames. You get +4. So that's still not enough to have like a legit full crouch mix up, because they can still step it at +4, I think. But it is still really nice, to be honest. And online is this move is a nightmare to deal on online. Even though it's like really slow, it's kind of hard to block in my opinion. It's not the easiest sweep to block, and it's not. Let me tell you this. This is not dangerous enough to have people look out for it. This is the reason why this is not even get blocked a lot, because people are not afraid of it, and they won't look out for it. So this is why this move won't get blocked a lot. Obviously, like low parry really hurts in this game. obviously like low parry is like really bad, but I have mixed feelings about it, to be honest. I don't think it's entirely bad, honestly. I think it has really nice purposes. I think it's one of her most consistent high crushes. It also like, it even goes under mid sometimes. It goes under Brian's orbital, it goes to under some other orbitals, it goes under some downward ones. It has really nice crushing properties. This song sounds it would be copyright claimed, so I'll skip it. I really have to be careful with the music, I think, if I want to upload this on YouTube. I should also mention that back 3 also tracks to your left. Now that's another move that tracks to your left. If you have noticed, a lot of them track to your left. So your opponent generally wants to step left, like to their left basically. But I'll talk about it later. I don't think it's that easy, to be honest, and I'll show you later why. So back 3 has a follow-up, which is back 3-4, which is a normal launch, by the way. I think this one's really gimmicky, and I think this one also only works in like longer sets, I think. Because they can low parry on hit. I think this move can work in like really long sets if you have like a first 20 or whatever, and this is like match 15. And you have done like a 5 back 3s already, and you wanna do a back 3-4, then you might work actually. Second hit is a normal hit launch, and it's safe on block actually. The second hit is safe on block. I can show you that. It's safe on block. Yeah, it's -8, so... But it's really still quite gimmicky, and it won't work in the first 2 environment probably, so... have to be really careful with that, honestly. I would not recommend to use that, like, at all, basically. I don't think it's very good. I'll show if I have like a spreadsheet where it says what tracks where I've made it myself, so I can look up a little bit. Okay, second hit actually has like really strong tracking to both sides, so you can actually hit your sidestepping. If you block the first hit, you can actually do all kinds of shit. I'm pretty sure you can like fuck them up really badly. Like, I think you can actually do like up to 17 frames or some shit. I have to think about what to do here. Yeah, this was 13 frames. Can you do 15? Yeah, 15 still works. Yeah, so you have like a fuck ton of time basically to interrupt this. On hit, what can you do on hit? Nothing. Okay, on hit it's uninterruptible. But still, I don't think this is a good move, honestly. I think back 3 is decent, back 3-4 sucks. It's my verdict on this. I don't think it's very good. We talked about back 4, it's her homing. It's also, what I have forgot about back 4 is that it's her single move screw, basically. So when you're like really close to the wall and you need to screw, then you need this one, basically. You need back 4. The reason for that is, in this game you cannot screw at the wall, basically. You used to like bound at the wall in earlier Tekkens. But in this game you really want to use screw before the wall and then carry to the wall. So you want to do like this is not a combo that works, but you want to do this and then do this, basically. And then carry to the wall and then do your wall combo, but I'll talk about wall combos later. We talked about twin arrow, talked about up forward 1. So her hop kick, it is in my opinion this hop kick is really interesting. First of all, they nerfed it to have 16 frames. 16 frames fast now, it used to be 15. It still has some tracking. Some people say it got nerfed tracking wise, and it definitely got, but it still has some tracking. And this is when the first hit tracks to your left if you do the second hit. If you do the first hit on its own, it doesn't track, but if you do both hits, it tracks. I'll show you what I mean by that. Doesn't track. Doesn't track. But now I will use both hits. And now you'll see. This tracks now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, see? So this only tracks if you do the second hit, and the first hit then tracks as well. I think it's pretty interesting if you ask me. The thing about this hop kick is it's also minus 13 now. It used to be minus 16. It's pretty generic hop kick actually. It does okay damage. The damage is not bad. It crushes like every other hop kick at frame 9. It doesn't really do anything special otherwise. His tracking is decent. It has a follow-up though. You can do up forward 4-3-1, but this is not very good. And the reason for that is first of all, you will lose your launch if you do that. Use this and you will lose your launch. Second of all is the mind game is gone basically. In the older Tekkens, this mob kick used to be minus 16, and you had this follow up to make it kind of safer, so you can interrupt it only with 13 frame moves. So you still can interrupt it with 13 frame moves, but why would you do that? You know, why would you use that move that is already minus 13, and want to use that follow up that's also interrupted with minus 13? I don't think this move is any useful anymore. It's so decent, it's a good wall ender, I'll talk about it later, but as a move in the open it's not very good. You can also charge the second version. Show you that. This is a charge, but again it's not very good and you won't do anything with that honestly. It's just not useful in this game. It has less frames. Wait, did they change that? You can't charge that anymore? That is gone. That used to be a charge move. What the fuck? You charged that, and then was like, I think it was like 0 or some shit. Interesting. I didn't know that. Wow, I learned something right now. That's crazy. But again, as you can see, I never used that move. Basically, yeah, it's gone. Actually, crazy. Let me check this. Yeah, this mountain breeze. The stomp. Let me. So okay, so we talk about her stomp now. This is up for 3+4. This one. This is one of her. This is our most damaging wall ender basically. I'll show you in the combo section later why it is, but basically this move, this gives a ground stomp, and I'll show you how this looks like. Wait. I don't even know if this works like that, but I can try it. Okay, this doesn't work, but okay, we're on the floor now. That's good. Yeah, you can offer 4 and then. Yeah, see that? They're like bumping on the ground, and then you get guaranteed hits. But I'll talk about it later, basically. Otherwise, out of the combos, this is not very good. You can get it after some moves like this one. You get like a guaranteed up 4+4. I personally don't like to use that way because sometimes it whiffs and it's not very consistent or whatever. I usually just go for 4 on the ground. But I'll talk about it again. Now, if you ever happen to land this on normal hit, up 40+4, for some reason your opponent didn't block that, which is one of the most obvious looking moves. Look at this, she's just jumping high. So who gets hit by that basically? If you hit that on a standing opponent, you get a combo. This is a launcher, like this. Okay, so this is one reason, but it isn't really any good. I think it's minus 12 on block actually. It's minus 13 actually. Wow. Okay. Never mind. I don't think it's outside of combos, and okay, very good. So we talked about Party Crasher. We talked about 4-4-2. This move is kind of useless in the open. It doesn't serve any purpose. It is a nice Oki tool. Like if they stay on the ground and you do like this or whatever, or like this. It's one of your most damaging grounded hits. It's minus on block. It's minus 13. It leaves them encroaching. So characters with like strong white sending Punisher's gonna fuck you up for doing that basically. It doesn't do anything on normal, it just knocks down. I think it guarantees some shit, like... I've never hit that actually. But for one, I think it's not guaranteed. I think one of them is like really like tight timing. I think this one is guaranteed. I think that's guaranteed actually. Double check that. I think 443 is guaranteed here. I really don't use this move at all, honestly. I don't think it's very good. You can also like, I think this one's guaranteed. For 2. But I forgot about to mention about Fukushima for 2, by the way. I'll talk about it later when it's showing up in a move list. Oh. So about 442 actually, this is the floor break I was talking about earlier. And the reason for that, why you want a floor break with this move, I can show you that. There's a really specific reason to. I didn't know that for a long time, dude. I was so oblivious when this character came out why people would floor break with this move instead of like back 1 or whatever, because I was so used to back 1 from Tekken era. And I'll show you why. Because so let's push her at the wall. So up 4-3-3, and then you see how they recover? They recover on their stomach and face towards. And this is a really important position. I'll talk about it later, but if you wanna like floor break with this basically, let me show you this. Then they're on their back with their feet towards, you know. And this is such a worse position because you can get this combo actually. Let me show you this. They're on their stomach, you can do a 4, and then you can get the stomp, and then you can do the 4-4-3. This is a combo I'll talk about it later, but basically this is why you're doing this, because you can land this. Otherwise you have to do a shitty combo. And I'll show you that. So, okay. So if you do this and then a back 1, you can do 4. And then you can't do the stomp after that. They're already falling down. So this is why you want to do this. You want a floor break that makes them land on their stomach, basically. Stomach and face towards. This is why you want to do that. And this is why this is your main like floor break in my opinion. So moving on, we have Fort Homeless 2, we talked about it, we talked about Shotgun, we talked about all this shit. Now Quarter Circle Forward 2, now this move, I should have included this in the best move section actually. I think this move is fantastic. It's a 15 frame high launcher. It has good range, it hits like from here. It's safe, it's -7 I think, or -6 actually, let's check. -8, okay. But this is -8. This is quite a high damaging launcher actually, because it gives also like this high launching thing. You can also do like this. Like this is the max combo actually, like this. It's really linear actually. It's a high, so you can still duck it. But reason why this move is so good, first of all, it's a safe launcher. Obviously, it has good range. It's really fast. It can punish like Brian Spots in 1 again. But if you look at her, like in the start of the animation, she goes like really low. You see that? Saw that? She goes really low, and that means it's not a high crush. It doesn't high crush highs. It loses to a lot of highs. It loses to Kazumi's jabs. It loses to Claudia's jabs. It loses to Katarina's jabs. It loses to Electrics. It loses to Steve back 1 and whatever. It loses to a bunch of highs actually. But she goes really low, so you can beat actually even some mids. You can even beat some mids with this shit. I think it's really valuable to a gameplay. It's one of her most important launches in my opinion. But just a nice added bonus basically for being kind of evasive here. Quite good. You can really definitely use that. So while running 1, this move, I have a rough relationship with this move to be honest. I think this move is kind of a crutch to use. It's the reason for this move, it's like It's so obviously good that all of your opponents will look out for that. It has a 13 frame animation or 12 frame animation. I think it comes out the quickest at 15 frames, if I remember correctly. It is a high, it's an elbow. It tracks like really well to her right. The problem with this move is you will most Julias that will use it from here, right? They're just gonna go in like this. So people will either step left, step right. I mean, yeah, step right, or just straight duck. And you don't even have anything to compensate at that speed. This is like so fast. You don't have anything to compensate. So people. This is a good move basically. On paper, it's a good move, but people will really look out for that, and you don't have really anything to mix up with that, honestly. It's also +4 on hit on block, but you don't really get anything. Like they can backdash anything. Look at the pushback it creates. They can just backdash anything. You can do a deep elbow, but then you lose your frames, etc., etc. There's like a mind game to it, but honestly, on block, I would mostly like back off. It's really dangerous to press there. On hit, you get like a ton of damage. Holy fuck, this does a lot of damage on hit. I'm gonna show you this one and then this one. This is 51 damage into guaranteed Oki basically. And this is the same Oki as with 443 wiring to 1. Wiring to 1 has like this really weird Oki situation when you hit like after something like that. For example, I can show you that. Oh shit. Not the wrong. I'll cover this in. Actually, I'll cover this right now. So basically, you hit this one, and then you forward for one. Forward for one will hit quick standing, and backwards, getting up backwards. If they don't get up at all, if they wanna like lay on the ground, you get like a refloat, and I can show you that. And it's really fucking annoying, honestly. See? This is a refloat, so you can get a new get like a combo reset, but you didn't get the new screw, so that's not that good. But still really annoying. If they want attack roll, then you get your good old wardrobe mix-up. Get a wardrobe mix-up with okay, I didn't have my button bind, so it's gonna be annoying for me because my hitbox just broke. Fuck. What is wrong with me right now? Am I retarded? Yeah, basically you get a wall from me. I was just too slow because I don't have a button bind, but you can basically do it this, and then you can do also like back 1+2 again, which is basically safe at that range. Unless you have like very specific characters in your matchup, but yeah. I have to also mention why running 1 is like you go to Punisher for like moves that have absurd pushback but are like really like recover in a slow way, like Claudius. What is it? 422, I think. I think it's that move. I can show you that. Basically that move. It's just an example, but it's something I know on my top of my head, you know. I think it's 4-2. Yeah, it's 4-4-2. For example, they can do like it's really easy actually to punish with that. Honestly, it's not even hard. Shit. Oh my god, I was running into it. See, and that wasn't even hard. You can also do this like on Jack's Rage Out, for example. There's a lot of ways to actually like punish with that. 4-4-2-1 is primarily a combo ender. The first hit is -14. The second hit is -13. It is also hit confirmable, like this. And like hit confirm it for a long time here. It's even like NC on max delay. You have a bunch of time actually. It's kind of decent, I guess. It's a nice addition. You can kind of cheese in a like wire running mixer, but I don't know. It's not my type of style actually. Just for doing here moves, it's not for me. You can it's definitely usable. It's not bad, but mostly as a combo ender. This is your go to combo ender basically. It connects always. If the first hit connects, the second hit connects always. That's basically it. Wire running 3 is not anything special. It's 0 on block. It hits like really low. It can sometimes hit side rolls. It's used in some of the combos. I can show you that. Like basically this one, for example. I was just too shitty to do it. Let's see. So you can actually do this. So it's kind of a combo tool. It leads to max damage combos for these moves. We talked about wire running 1. We talked about that. We talked about what's in true moves. We talked about those. What I want to mention about full crouch jump for 2, I haven't mentioned it before. It has like a super situational punch sabaki in it. And I didn't even notice. I haven't, like, for a long time I was unaware of this, but it has a punch sabaki. Like a crouch jump sabaki actually. I'll show you that, what I mean by that. If you don't know what a sabaki means, it's a move with a built-in parry function basically. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Like this. See? And then you get a stun even. See that? If this is a normal hit, and this is a punch sabaki hit, but it only works on crouch jabs, I think. Maybe it works on low punches even, but I haven't figured it out honestly. So it's pretty interesting to me. I've never used that actually, but you can't even break that stun. Wow. Isn't that a double overstun? You shouldn't break that. Oh yeah, actually with holding forward, sorry. I was being a papega. So that's all to that move. We talked about the move earlier, you just gotta go back to it basically. So sidestep 2, I haven't found like a lot of purposes for this move. This high crushes. It's a mid basically. It's I think +5 on hit. +3. So it's +3 on hit. We have to skip this song because I think it's copyright. I'll check. It's a true high crush actually. Let me check when it high crush. It's a 6-frame high crush, so it's pretty usual. I really haven't found out like a lot of purposes for this move. Kind of whatever. On counter you get like a shitload of frames. Look at this, you have +28. It's not real frames, they can block anything you're throwing at them, but it can like a guaranteed mix-up obviously. I don't know, I'm really like I'm not sure about this move. This playlist, where is it? Okay, so I don't think this move is very useful to be honest. Some people really like that move. I don't see the purpose of that honestly. It's kind of whatever to me. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. I haven't used it at all. Sidestep 3 is actually really good in my opinion. It's a really long range wall splat. Like it. Look how she extends her legs. See? Just like a really long leg hitbox here. Which is pretty interesting. I think it's -6 now. It used to be 0, but it's -6 now, I think. Check. Yeah, it's -6 now. It's really decent actually. It does good damage. You can also like mash armor moves after that if they like go for anything slower than 14 frames. You can do that as well. Of 13 frames actually, slower than 13 frames, sorry. But there isn't really anything to talk about this move, honestly. I think it's just, if you mix this up with like this and war drums, I think your war game's already like settled. You know, basically like how to mix up your opponent. I think these are your 3 most important moves. Maybe shotgun too, at the wall. So sidestep 4 is a new season 3. This is a new I think this move hasn't really changed the way, like changed Julie the way we're all suspecting. Because like a true nice high crush is what she lacks basically, and it's not that actually. It's I think it's a 4th frame high crush. Actually, it crushes really fast. It's also +3 on hit. Both are standing. It's -13 on block. That's not too bad. It also hits grounded. The thing about this move is, actually this move is really solid, honestly. It's really solid. It has okay range. It has like nice frames for a sidestep blow, like or decent frames at least. It also gives a knockdown on counter hit. Actually, sometimes it's really, it has, you can launch with this basically. I want to tell you about this. You can sometimes like launch some characters on the like. It's really hard to hit, honestly. I think it's really fucked up. Like this. But I think this is character specific for once, and it's kind of not consistent, to be honest. You can play around with this. I personally don't like trying to go for the combo. I personally like to like get the guaranteed hit here, like this one for example. Or like get a guaranteed stomp or whatever. I take those. What is there to mention actually is that at the wall, if you hit this, you get like this guaranteed. You can also get if you hit this at a wall break situation basically, like this, and then you do this wall breaks. So you get a full combo of all that shit. It's a 46 wall break basically. What is also interesting is this one you can floor break with this move, and this is only accessible with 1+4. This is the only way you can floor break with this. See? This is the only way to throw break with this move. I've tested everything, but this is the only way. So you do sidestep 4 on counter into 1+4. This is basically the only way. I think this move also helps in some matchups, like Steve, for example, when you really need a quick, like it's not really quick, but it's decently quick. So if you need a high crush, you can use that. I was talking about the sidestep 3+4. This move is a normal hit launcher that is really unsafe. It has quite decent evasion to it actually. It sometimes like teleports the character behind the other character. It's kind of weird sometimes. I think it's a true high crush actually. Let me double check this. Sidestep 3+4. Doesn't say it's a true high crush. I thought it was. Maybe it's not. But it goes under highest definitely. So she goes quite low if you can see that. You know, you see that? She's like super low. The problem with this move, honestly, the problem I have with this move, it's so unsafe. It is so ridiculous. Look at the frames. It's -20, I think, 21. So you can do like all kinds of shit on her. She goes back a little bit, but it doesn't really help. Honestly, you're gonna get fucked. You probably will like get unpunished like the first 2 times or so in a short set, but after that they're gonna fuck you up. If they know, they're gonna fuck you up. Get a decent combo for that. You can't do your staple though. You have to like you have to adjust a little bit, like this, for example. I personally wouldn't use that too much. I personally don't really like using that at all. Sometimes if my opponent is like really like unaware of this character, which is like not even uncommon to be honest, but I wouldn't really lie to it, to be honest. And pro players will fuck you up for that, honestly. Or one of her taunts. She has 2 taunts basically. This one is a shitty taunt because you can't cancel it. This is not cancelable. You're gonna get fucked during that. It's also a new taunt basically. The second taunt is much better because it's cancelable. I can show you that. Oh shit. See? You does this, or you can just cancel it basically. You can just do some really funky like wave dashes with this cancel basically. See some funny trolley videos or whatever and some videos. Titanic combos, I wouldn't really pay attention to them. They're really bad. On occasion you will get like this, like 2-1 or 2-1-1. This one, they're all launch punishable. Like the 2 is not launch punishable, everything after this is launch punishable. I think most commonly is what you get is 2-1-1, and that's minus 14 on hit, by the way, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is minus 14 on hit, and this is minus 15 on hit, so... And everything after that is even more unsafe, and then I think the 5th hit is a low. Or 6th hit, so they're gonna low parry that anyways. I don't think it's very good. Even to cheese people, it's just not a good 10 string, honestly, and I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. I think some of the hits are actually on back turn, like, I think they drop out on the 4th or 5th hit. I can't remember that. Oh, okay, on this hit they actually already drop out, so it's not even good on back turn. So it's really nothing you should be worried about. Well, we are actually on a throws again. Okay, so let's talk about her throws. I'm gonna pick a non-flow break stage for this, because it's really gonna piss me off every time they're gonna get thrown. Will break the floor. So we just pick a infinite stage basically. Okay, so her throws are pretty good, I would say. They're not too special in this game, I think. But I'll start with the generic throws. So the generic throws are like 1+3 and 2+4. So 1+3 has like, it has really strong Oki. I gotta be honest. This Oki is really fucked up. So the reason why this Oki is fucked up because so you hit this and then you, depending how your opponent reacts, you're gonna do a quick forward 4-3 or a slow forward 4-3. A quick forward 4-3 will beat everything except side rolling. Immediate side rolling. It's the only way to beat 4-4-3, as you can see here. Let me show you this. See? That beats it. That should obviously work. It's harder in theory than programming a bot to it, honestly. I've tried it in like, it's easier in theory. I mean, I've tried it in a match and it's not that hard, but not that easy. But as a bot, obviously you won't have any trouble doing that. And if they do that, like a delayed side roll, you can do this, like a delayed 4-4-3. It's weird. We actually have skipped 4-4-3. Is that possible? We haven't talked about 4-4-3 at all. That's interesting. I thought I would talked about that. Actually, I haven't. What the fuck? Okay, so 4-4-3 is obviously your one of your main with Punisher. It has like really good range. You get guaranteed shit after this, like this, for example, and then guaranteed Oki. This is the same Oki as while running 1, basically, like this. And then if they like obviously attack roll, you're gonna do like a war drums or whatever, like this. It's minus 14 though, for once. The second thing about this move is that it hits grounded, but it doesn't hit all positions grounded. It hits all positions basically, except I think face up, feet towards. I think this is the only position it doesn't hit. Let me check that. I think it's the only one. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, this is because we are close, like really close to me. Okay, so face down, feet towards doesn't work. We have to check the other ones actually. Yeah, this only hits like if you're like inside her. So it works from positions where the head is towards you, basically, where you can get a grounded hit. And the grounded hit on here is like really strong because get this annoying ass flip over Oki, like this. This is so fucking annoying to deal with, honestly. They're flipped over, they're in another shitty position. They will most likely tag this. I have to skip this, is copyright song. Twitch doesn't care, but I think I will upload this on YouTube, and I think they have like a filter or something. So it's... I would rather not risk it, to be honest. So this is really fucked up, the flip over Oki, basically, because you flip them over, they're another bad position. They can tag roll here. If they tag roll, which is really common, after one flip, people usually tag roll, let me tell you that. And then you can basically set up your own, like, your old, good old wall drum mix up here. If I can set them on tag right now. Whatever, quick side roll right. And then you can do this again, and you can do a space bug for back 1+2 again. You can dash up, you can do a downward 1 again. You can do a small low, basically. This is your Oki. This is, you know the drill, you know? This is your Oki, basically. One of your main Okis. So 4-4-3. 4-4-3 also have to mention, this move has like, this looks really linear, but it is like a huge hitbox. This hits like everything. I've never seen this move being stepped, honestly. It's really fucked up. This move has really great tracking, even though you won't use it as a tracking move because it's so unsafe. It's -14, but it's just good to know, you know. So we are talking about the throws. I was covering her one throw already. You can obviously like extend it, like with forward 1+3. You have a 2+4 throw. The Oki of that is not that good. It's good because you can do again. You know the drill. War drums. This one. It's basically your throw Oki here. Just have to spec dash a little bit. You can actually like also like if they stay on the ground, you can do it the 4-4-3, then they're here, they're gonna attack roll, you're in the right position, boom, wall jump. That's what I meant. Wall jump is like one of your main Oki tools. It's really hard to use in neutral against good players. Like obviously like you can use it as shitty players that don't move. So basically like half of Europe. Just kidding. But basically this. So the side throws, I haven't been like too much into those. I think they're so situational and kind of gimmicky. They just happen, you know. I think this one just gives a regular, like also like a wall jump. Okay, if you like dash up a little bit, if they back roll. Like this. Yeah, this also works. We have to cover the the left side actually. So this one, this doesn't look this, it doesn't give any Oki, so we can forget about it. Actually, we can maybe do this actually. Can probably do like this or whatever. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Okay, so this store doesn't give any Oki. I wasn't sure, but I never really used them. So she has a move from her Swift. This is a new season 3 move, so this is this one. This is 4-3, 1+2. It's from a Swift stance. So this move, in the open, it's pretty much worthless, to be honest. The problem with this move is it's telegraphed by a stance. So if they do this hop, you know a 1+2 throw is coming. There's no way you can mix this up. There's no way you can even play around this. They're just gonna they see you grab and then 1+2, bam. It does hit airborne though, so you can actually end your combos with this. And it also floor breaks after that, so that's kind of interesting. You can actually do like this. It's a little bit hard to hit here, but you can basically do this, and then they're gonna. Let me just show you this actually. So this is how it looks. And at the wall, I think I'm not 100% sure, but I'll check that. I think at the wall a 4-4-3 is guaranteed on an airborne opponent. I think, but I'm not sure. I'll double check it. I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it's guaranteed. Let me double check that. Restart position, wall. So here we do like a 4-4, and then we do this. Yeah, we have to really put him on stand block here. So this is backwards. So this, okay, this actually doesn't work then. That's not guaranteed. Maybe I have to do faster. I thought it was actually. I think it is. I remember testing this, and I remember getting away with it. Maybe you just have to be faster. Maybe not. But anyway, can you actually get it? I think this actually works. Wait. It actually doesn't work either. I thought something was guaranteed here on an airborne opponent, but maybe it's not. Okay, so maybe it's not guaranteed. So it's not that good actually. It wasn't even that good as a wall ender to begin with, but or like a combo ender. It does like 2 points more than your like well running 2-1 ender, but it's still, I think the bad Oki and no wall carry is basically not justifying that. So I don't think this is worth as a like combo ender. It's also like you have to know like if you do this just like that and they're like airborne, you're gonna hit them. So that kind of immune that. What's also interesting about Julia's throws are they all like switch the positions like this. Look, I'm also against the wall now. They're against the wall. They're against the wall. I do this. Yeah, this is a little bit more of an angle here. This one is also a straight side switch. Not this one. That was not like this. This also just switch sides completely. This also has a strong Oki, by the way. This is up for 1+2. This is one of her 1+2 throws. So this one has a very similar Oki to 1+3 because the way 4-4-3 works, you can just 4-4-3 them. If they straight get up, it's a little bit iffy to hit actually. You have to delay it a bit, but it's almost as good honestly. It has nice Oki. The problem is with this 1+2 throw, there's better alternatives, and I'll show you why. Because you have a 10 frame 1+2 throw that's buffable, and this is this one. Quarter circle back forward 2, aka mad axis. So this throw is the throw itself, like the Oki is good, but it's not anything special to be honest. It's like it has decent Oki, you can dash up wall jumps or whatever. But the thing, what makes this throw so valuable in my opinion, and I think this is the most important thing, is that it's kind of hard to break. Because it's instead of a 12 frame throw, it's a 10 frame throw. You have actually only, instead of the regular, I think 32 frames to break a throw, you have only 30 frames to break a throw. So you can actually like you have a harder time to break this basically, and you can test your opponent. Like if they really looking out for that, and you have to do like a quarter circle and a forward, so you're twitching a little bit. You can test your opponent if they're reacting to your actual hands or you like twitching like this. They can do like the twitch and then down forward 1+3. You have a command throw that's a 1 command throw, which is really good. So you can do a twitch and then this one basically. See what I mean? They're gonna think you're buffering a mad axis, but you're not. You're kind of buffering a mad axis, but you decide to do a 1 throw like this. So I think, and then you can test your opponents if they're actually reacting to your hands. No. because it's relatively hard to break. It has like the same break window as other throws, but it's faster basically. And what you also have to know about this move, this has a really long buffer window. Basically, you can buffer the quad circle back into your backdash, walk back, and then still get the throw like this. Like, I can't do it on hitbox actually, but like this, for example. You have like tons of time. You can quarter circle back, forward, and then still hit it, right? Like this. See that? You have like 100 frames to buffer that, you know, like this, and then this. You can sidestep even, you know. See, like this. You can even walk forward, sidestep, and then look. This was all the buffer window. You see, isn't that crazy? I think it's really fucking good. It's one of her, like, it's probably her best throw easily. It doesn't give the best Oki, but it's just harder to break, you know, and I think that's more valuable than any Oki in the world, honestly. So for her other throws, she also had, like, her last 1+2 throw. She has a 1+2 throw from crouching. This one. Iron Chair, I think they call it. Like this. And this one, I couldn't really figure out anything to do with the Oki, actually. It's inputted by a full crouch, down back, down back, basically. On hitbox, it's really easy to input because you just hold back and then you just smash back, just hold down and mash back twice. But I couldn't really find any like good Oki of that. I guess you could like really deep backdash and then do this. So this is one way to capitalize on that. I personally don't use that move a lot actually. Maybe I should, but probably not. If I'm a full crouch, I have just better things to do, you know. Her full crouch game is so fucking strong. Her she has one command throw, which is, or one command throw. I'm sorry, this is this one. Down for 1+3, which is also like similar, like not quite as good, but also almost like her regular 1+3 combo. It's also like can't beat back rollers with this, so you have to like you fall for 3 covers less options basically. You have to do a delay forward for 3. Okay, you can also do this basically. It's good. It also like floor breaks. And it's my go-to throw basically. I use this throw a lot just because it's a command throw and people really hate breaking throws in this game on reaction. But this is why I use this move. It's break quite a lot. Even though I don't grab a lot, but I use this move a lot. Like SF throw basically with throw standard. So she has only like one command throw for a 2 break. Which is really situational if you ask me. This is back 2+4. This is this one. This is this fake giant swing. It does 20 damage on its own. It doesn't really do anything in the open. It pushes them really far away. It switches sides. Oh my god, JFK, thank you so much for the host. I mean, I'm inside of a tutorial. I'm busy. So fuck off. I'm just kidding. Thank you. So this throw is like really situational because in the open it doesn't do anything. It actually leaves you at a disadvantage, I think, even if you hit it. So the way you use this throw is actually if you're back against the wall. So I can show you that real quick. Don't distract me, please. Okay, so if you have a back against a wall, you can use this. This is a 2 command throw, and you get a guaranteed combo of that. You can do, for example, do like down forward 1. I'll show you that. This is the most simple combo here. Down forward 1, 4, 4, 3. It's a little bit iffy to hit. I'm a little bit rusty, so like this, and then. It works, trust me, it works. I'm just... My hitbox broke, dude. This is my problem. Yeah, like this was a true combo. They cannot get out of that. So this is one example. You can also do like a harder version of this if you use spec 1 instead of down foot 1, which has a really like strict timing to it. It's not that easy, honestly. I can't do it, honestly. Okay, so that's basically it for this throw. I'll try that once more. I can't do it. Wow, what the fuck? Yeah, like this. So this, I think that was not a combo actually, it just got up wrong, but it works. It's really tight timing basically. So I'm done with the throws actually. Her crouch throws, they are not anything nothing actually worth talking about honestly. If you catch them ducking, you just wanna down for one. I can show you how they look at least, and maybe talk about the Oki. I haven't left the Oki by myself like a lot. So this is like the same usual Oki basically. You just boom, just dash up a little bit like a micro dash, and then do a wall drums. Oh, this one. This is where it's really interesting, but it doesn't really do anything honestly. They just look cool. They're just to show off basically for disrespect. If they're ducking, you can just do this basically. You know, there's no reason to like to show off. One thing I also wanted to mention is that 4-4-3 at the wall, if you hit that, you cannot land a whirring to one. This whiffs. Okay, wait, I'll show you what I mean by that. The second hit just whiffs, so you have like two options basically. And I'm rusty, my hitbox broke, so see the second hit whiffs. So what you have to do actually is, if you want a guaranteed hit, you have to do like 4-4-1+2 for example, which is alright damage. Or you can use stash 1+2 like this one. This does the same damage. I think 4-4-1+2 has a better better recovery, so I would probably just use that. So that's basically it. I will talk about combos a little bit now. Let me open my sheet real quick, because my throat is so dry. And so we talked about all the moves basically. We haven't talked about combos yet, so we talk about combos. I think a lot of people have like wrong impressions of their combos. They're all like, I think lots of people when they're picking up this character, they look at those like hardcore combos, you know. They have to be like the two frame links or whatever, you know. I think if you just start out, you're just really fine with first of all, you're fine with the easy combos, you know. It's the first thing. And the second thing is these hard combos, they're so situational that you'll probably get out of practice like really quickly and mess them up in a tournament match or whatever. So I would not put too much focus on them like right at the beginning especially, so I would just focus on the easy stuff. So you have like, you basically have like a few variety of launching, like ways of launching. Like your main launch is obviously this one, and this one is also shared by this one. They have the same animation basically almost, even though there's like a slight exception, and I'll talk about that. But if you have like a high launch like that, you wanna follow up with 4-3-1, which is this one, 4-3 slide 1. Then you wanna do down 4-3 to like have an easy pickup from that again. Like this, then this, and then 4-4-1. This is not as hard as it looks to be. You have like a lot of time. This is the hard combo basically, but you won't do that. I'm just like, this is muscle memory because I usually do that on infinite stages, because this is the only time where it's like kind of worth it, I guess. So you staples this, then like a empty shotgun, down forward 4-2-3 is your screw in this scenario, and then you do a wiring to 1. But this is the most, I think most people use that actually as a open, like if there's no wall, they don't have a wall adjustment. I think this is the most variant of this combo and this launcher. What you can also do is you can do this and do this, and then down for 3, then then an elbow, then another elbow, and then another elbow, and then a screw. So you can do like a ton of wall carry with that shit. I'll show you how this looks like. You can do like 3 elbows here. I'm a little bit rusty, so can do, for example, this one. This one is mostly enough for most stages, actually. Unless you are like at the back of the wall, you can also like do one more and do that. You can also do like this one, and then do a shotgun, and then do 2 elbows basically. I personally would just stick, if you're just beginning, I would just stick with this one I just showed you earlier, like this one. Like this one. If you get a little bit better, if you get a little bit more comfortable with the wall scenarios and whatever, you're gonna probably cancel your combos like this. Maybe this, and then carry to the wall and whatever. This the hard combo. I'll show you the hard combo. This is only worth really on infinite stages in my opinion. I can't remember what damage it does, but it does quite a lot, like more than the regular combo. I can do it, I swear. So this does 78. This does 6 points more than the staple basically, but this is a really tight link. And if you're just starting out, you shouldn't be worried about that, honestly. Your average combos here, they just do fine. You get 72 damage of your 15 frame launcher. This is not common, trust me. This is not common. So for hop kick is another. These combos I just showed you, they also work for this. This is also a combo for this, for quarter cycle forward 2. For hop kick, it's a little bit different. This one is not consistent from my experience. I personally, a lot of people do this and then 4 and then shotgun 1 and then half a shotgun and then do basically the same route, you know. So 4, shotgun 1, shotgun, down forward 4, 2, 3. This is what most people use. This combo though, this doesn't work on Beers and Marduk and Fakumram, I think. I think these 3 characters, they don't work on them. I think Jack is also one of those candidates where it's like inconsistent. So what I like to do, and I think I'm not saying I'm like reinventing Julia combos or whatever right now, but let me get a drink. But now that there's that shotgun is bufferable in this season, you could actually do this. Up forward 1, shotgun 1, and then the same route basically. You get more damage, it's consistent on all the characters. It's really easy to hit, like because of the buffer system of the shotgun now, because you can buffer it now. So I think we should actually do this now, because you just get more damage, you get more consistent combos, instead of doing a 4 here. I get 63 and I get 64 for the better combo basically. For the more consistent combo I get better damage. Look. There's also a way to combo which I absolutely hate, dude. I hate this combo. This one. Up forward 4, this one. I really hate this fucking combo. I hate hitting. I know it's the max damage combo, but not the max damage combo obviously, but the max damage like consistent. And it's not too hard, but I just really dislike this combo for... I really hate hitting this 4-4-3 at the beginning, because if you're too slow you're gonna get a whiff of a down 4-3, and then if you hit this and if you did this, you're kind of locked in your combo already. You have to follow up with an elbow and then whatever, and I really can't stand this combo, but you can do it. It's up to you actually. You can do this, but I personally hate this. I just hate this combo. I think you should just start like slowly like this. I personally should use this move like in a combo. So basically like this, and then you run up. They have your combo, and there's so good recovery, and they're like in a really shitty position. They can just dash up, and you can just keep pressuring them. Basically, it's not like super good okay, but you're in a little bit better position from my experience. So there's some other launches that require some like a little bit different follow-ups. That is, for example, back 1+2. This one has a different follow-up. So I think the staple of this combo is this, and then forward 3-4, down forward 3, elbow, and then same procedure. No, you do one hit, like preferably you do one like strong hit, and then you do a down forward 3, and then you do an elbow, so forward 1, and then you do your half 3 shotgun, like down forward 1-4, and then down forward 4-2-3 as a screw, and then basically walk like ender like this. This is basically your stable. It's really easy, like not like super easy, but you obviously need time to get used to it. But it's one of your most like stable combos basically, especially if you're just starting out. I know if you're a new player, this character is kind of like challenging, I think, for a lot of people because of her weird inputs that are really uncommon for Tekken, like this, and like that, a lot of dash moves and whatever. So I think you should really keep it simple here, and I think you could really well with a just simple Julia. A lot of people play like really simplistic, and they do quite well. So so what do I want to talk about? So you can also do like if you have like a stun like this, you can also do down for 3+4 like this. Basically, it's up to you. Basically, it's up to you. This one is basically better for me. It leaves like more freedom. But it's just taste, you know. You have to use what you're most comfortable with it. Wild Standing 1 has a really like low launch, where this doesn't work actually. Like this, you can't do that, and you can't do this either. You have to use like immediate elbow. So what I would like to do is like keep it really simple here. If I ever hit this, I'll do a shotgun, elbow, shotgun, this one. I keep it really simple with this launcher. You'll lose like 2 damage or whatever, but I'll really like to keep it simple here. This is a really weird launch in my opinion. Okay, so talked about this. We could talk about low parries. So we record him to do 4-4, so we can low parry. Again, by low parry, I keep it really simple, and I'll do like, I mostly do like this. Like really simple here. I know the max damage combo is like 57 or some shit, but it's so hard. I can't even remember what it was. I think it was like this. And oh no, this is 47. There's some really fucked up strong combo here, but I can't remember what it was honestly. So personally, I would just do that as like a really simple combo. You can obviously adjust them. If you land this like, if you land a combo like this and you really want to get to the wall, you can do like elbows, like a lot of elbows. It's not as shitty anymore. The thing is, your first hits have to be strong, so your combo doesn't become like super dog shit basically. So what happens afterward isn't that important. You still obviously lose damage, but if you want to go to the wall, but just very worth with this character, which I will show you in a bit. You have to do that basically, or it's one of the most effective ways. So we've talked about all these launchers basically. For up forward 1, I've shown it earlier. You have to do this. You have to do a very deep elbow. I get this question a lot actually. This one, it's not even that hard, but it's just awkward to be honest. You just have to do this and then this. And also from Magic 4, elbow is the most effective way. Combo of this. If you do a shotgun, this first of all this pushes mid range quite a lot. And second of all, I forgot what to say. Oh yeah, it also was on fuck rum and shit. So whatever. Could try this actually. Yeah, but this does bad combo damage, I think. Generally, you don't really want to use down forward 3+4 because it doesn't really do that much damage. It does 60, but it's really a little bit harder combo. I would just keep it simple here, do this. For now at least. Obviously you're gonna, if you're gonna get better, you wanna squeeze out every little point of damage you can get, you know what I mean? So, oh yeah, one thing I wanted to show you is that on, for example, Jack, some big characters have a harder time to combo off back 3. So I'll show you what you have to do here. So generally I used to like this combo just to do elbow after this, but it doesn't work on big characters. So what I got comfortable with it is this, and then do bone arrow, and then down for 3, and then do some elbows. Just this. This is consistent on all characters. I would always do that. Bone arrow is also use light punish, by the way. Bone arrow, down for 3, forward 1. You know the procedure. You know it's just the way her combos work. One hit or 2 hits, and then down for 3, and then elbow, and then do your other elbows into screw, or do you down for 4 to 3 basically. What I also need to mention is let's just talk about wall combos actually. Wall combos, she has like a few variations basically. I personally, this is just me, a lot of people disagree with me. I really like to do the max combos here. Some people go for the O key, but I'll show you what I mean. So first of all, on this stage basically you can do this. Like this. Okay, this is not close enough. So like if you're like here, and you want to screw instantly because you want to get the high wall carry, and then you can get the stomp. And the stomp, what the stomp does on a wall splat is that you get this weird bumpy thing. They're like bumping, you know. So I'll show you what I mean by that. You do this, and then you do a wall carry, and then my hitbox is broken, so don't mind me. So you do this, and then do you this, and then do this, and then you wait for them to almost fall down, and then do this, and then you hit the stomp. They're doing this little bump thing. That means they're stunned, they can't do anything, and then you can do a 4-4-3 for example. On big characters you can do a down bumpers too, but 4-4-3 you're fine with that, you know. This works on works on all characters actually, 4-4-3. So you do this, you do an instant screw, so you can get the wall carry, you heal, you wait, you do the stomp, you do a 4-4-3, and then this is the max combo basically. This is really strong. If they fall over like that, you just saw it's not the correct timing. You have to wait a little bit longer basically. So this, you wait. Okay, this is because he's big, so fuck that. We just select a new character. It's really annoying actually. My plans. So I'll show you that very quickly, what I meant by that. So you instantly screw, so you can get the wall carry here, and then you jump, and you wait, jump, and then boom. That was all guaranteed. Look how much damage that is actually. That's a launcher, boom. Okay, we just fucked up. Launcher, this, wall carry, 49, 67 plus 16 points. So this does 83 damage, 83 for that. So that's, I think that's, her wall damage is really fucked up in my opinion. What you also can do if you don't have like, if you can't get the high wall split basically, so let's say if you're like not wall carryings, you do like a instant wall combo. I'll show you that real quick. So you're like, whatever, you hit your wall jumps or whatever, you hit your fucking, like this, you can do like 1. The wall combo here is jab, down forward 4, Down forward 4, 2, back forward 1. Always do the back forward 1 because you get 5 points more damage for like no cost, basically. So always do that. This is your staple wall combo, basically. And the reason why you add this jab is because you get a 60% scaling on the last hit. If you look at the left, you see that? You jump from a, like, what scaling was that at the beginning? You jump from a 36% scaling to 60% scaling. This is because the character falls really low and the game almost thinks like they're almost grounded, basically. That's why I really always want to do add the jab here. If you obviously if you can't get the stomp, you want to really use this. The other wall combo, like people really like to use, I don't blame them. It's really good. It doesn't do quite as much damage. Let's just compare the damage stats actually. This is 61. So what other people do, because the OQ of this string is kind of bad. It's not particularly bad, but it's not really good either. And people really like to keep the OQ, so they do this one and this one, and then do the hop kick string. And it does like 6 points less, but it's a way better OQ. They're gonna be so pissed, and they have so much less time to recover than you do, basically. Like and on this string you're like really slow. Like, look at this. You have to wait for so long. On this string, if they tag, I can show you that real quick. You can do anything basically. You have so much time. It's just way better OQ. You can also, like, if they tag, you can set up your wall jumps or whatever. So I can show you that as well. I don't really use that as wall combo personally because I'm a fan of guaranteed high damage. This is just it's just the way I like to play. Some people like to keep them at the wall and whatever, and that's fine. Maybe I should use that too actually. Maybe I should. So we press this, jab, up for 4, 3, 1. Their attack roll. We're here. We can do basically anything. Look, wait. Yeah, this doesn't work, but it worked. I know. Wait. Okay, so what you also can do is only on like male characters. I think you can, instead of adding a jab after before this hop kick string, you can add a elbow. You can also do that. What you also can do is can also do a back forward, no, 1+2 4 string here. This is this string. Let me show you this. Okay, good shit. And my hitbox is so fucked up actually. So you're here, you're in wall jump range immediately. You can do whatever you want to do again. It's less damage than the hop kick ender and the down forward 4 ender, I think. Let me double check the stats. 58. Actually, this is a lot. This is more than a hop kick. So maybe we should use that actually. That's not bad. What's also to know about the string? You can do back forward 1+2 at the end here. This one's really nice to balcony break and to wall break at the end. I can show you that in a bit. But what's also to know is that sometimes you get like a really shitty like combos just because you fucked up and then you want to compensate. There's 2 ways, I think. My mouth is so dry actually. I'm talking too much. So if you get a low parry combo, for example, like here, or like a screw right before the wall, you can do this. Wait. You can do like a forward 1 and then a down 1+2, for example. Man, am I retarded? Am I stupid? I'm stupid. You can do like this. This works. You have to, like, if you screw like right next to the wall, obviously, then it's gonna like be kind of worth it But otherwise you can also do like straight into this if you can't land a jab, and you have to delay the last hit for it to hit 60%. You just have to pay attention to the base. But basically you want to screw, and then you want to carry to the wall with running to 1, and then you want to get a stomp. This is your goal here basically. So what I haven't got, sometimes did I forget something? Can also go to the wall break stage or to the balcony break stage. We also should talk about warbonds probably, but there isn't really a lot to talk about honestly. Warbonds just for this character it's pretty simple actually. For wallbounds, if you're like close, it's really hard. If you're close, it's really hard to like see what can you hit here actually. From close range you can do like this or like this. Yeah, this is the same basically. From further away you can do like some ridiculous shit actually. But basically from further away you can do like wall bounce, and then you do a, for example, down for 2, 3, 1, carry to the wall, get a jab, boom. You can do for example that. You can also from really far away you can use the back tooth string, this one. I personally haven't like used it like in any way from now on, like basically ever. So for wall breaks, I've told you about the one string there. Let me do balcony break. So if you like here, this also works for wall breaks obviously. If you get the wall splat, jab, boom, and then you want to screw basically, then you want to wall carry, then you want to stomp. This is how your combo routine. If you already have like a wasted screw basically. Like let's assume you just wasted your screw. You can do like down for 3, 2, 1 to carry to the wall. It doesn't work because it's so little hits. You could also do a sidewalk down for 1 and then a 4, 4, 3. This works, but it's really hard to hit actually. I don't like this personally. But you can fuck around that basically. I'm really not fond of this, but so this one, also I talked about it earlier, this one encountered, you can do like this, break the balcony, it does a fuckload of damage. Then you can wall carry like this, then you can do this, and basically like this. There's just like a lot of combos, and they're like above average execution wise, probably like the majority of her combos, but you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. It just takes practice, like everything, you know. It's not like 13 frame electrics or whatever. It's not that hard, honestly. It's doable for sure. If you want to give this character a shot, then let's do it. You know? She's really weird, but she's really strong. So you just do you're gonna do fine basically. If she's for you, you're gonna find out. Is there anything I forgot to talk about basically? Has anyone paid attention to this? Probably not, right? I hope I didn't get anything. I think it's already been like 5 hours or some shit. Holy fuck, this is a 5-hour shit already. Do you have any questions? Like anyone? I'll try to answer. If those are shitty questions, I will not talk about them. I'll pick the good ones. I'm really satisfied that I've actually done that today. That's kind of cool. There was something I wanted to talk about actually again, but maybe not. I've talked about every move. I've talked about setups. I've talked about Oki. I've talked about punishers. I've talked about combos. I've talked about Like, what else is there to talk about, you know? I think I've covered everything. Right? Let me check my sources real quick. I could kind of talk like over tracking basically, but what's the point? There's also like one thing. Oh yeah, I forgot about that actually. Holy fuck. Um, if you have like your opponent on back turn, let's say like Link's back turn 4, 3+4, 3+4 her roll, and you block that, you have like left basically two options. One really a high rewarding one, and one like also high rewarding one, but not as much. For example, you block that, and they're back turned, and then you can do 4 forward 1, and then do a full combo of this, like this, for example. This is like there's so much damage on back turn opponents. This is the most damaging one basically. I personally prefer 1-2-1-1. I think this on back turn is so easy to hit. You can confirm it easier like this. Boom, you get a 4-4-3. They're gonna flip over. They're in death range. You can do this. So that's also really nice. I personally like 1-2-1-1 better on back turn. What else? There was something else I wanted to talk about. One more thing, but I can't figure out honestly. I forgot. It's been so long. I think I'll wrap it up now. I can't think of anything honestly. For tracking in this game, I guess I could talk about that a little bit. It really depends what they're doing. Like the majority of her moves track to her left, like this, and like a lot of different moves basically. But if you want to track to your right, you can do shotgun. It doesn't have like a huge tracking, but it has like a little bit tracking. You can always use her lows basically. Use forward 1, use. While running 1 tracks to her right actually quite well. So it's a little bit like a lot of people think you should step her left in this game. I'm not 100% on that. I think it's really depends what you're doing. I personally like shotgun a lot. I use shotgun a lot. The way I use shotgun is just do a roll, see what they're doing, and then fuck them up basically. This is what I'm doing. See what they're doing, do nothing, and then the next round, like 60 seconds later, I can just do whatever. There's such a high chance they will react the same way as they did before, so I can just fuck them up, you know. So this, yeah, I think I'm done now. I think I've talked about everything I wanted to talk. Maybe I forgot something. If I did, then I'm sorry.